Hey, we're live. Time for the intro. Right. Welcome, everybody. Another live wine and comics pairing show. And with us for the first time live, actually, but he is a returning guest. So returning to us one way or the other, Richard Fairgray, one of the most prolific motherfuckers I know in comics at this point. We're going to talk a little bit about that because we got to talk about Haunted Hill and how long he thinks this bastard's going to be. And how many I caught wind of what you're thinking about this series, which I love, frankly. But that is definitely something we're going to talk about because Haunted Hill is what he's got going on Volume 2 on Kickstarter right now. But first, Richard, do you want to say what you're pouring right now for everybody since you're doing it?
I just poured a glass of Punch in the Face Shiraz, which I chose because it was a screw top, and I don't know where my corkscrew is.
Practicality over all things. I mean, you can smash the top over your sink, just clean it up later, and then just make sure there's no shards of glass, but then you can pour it after the fact. But there's ways.
I was raised in a country that didn't really have corks in the wine, because so much of our wine is imported or used to be imported. It would lay down, and of course, then the wine gets corked and becomes terrible. And so we were all screw top in New Zealand.
Yes. You guys were the ones who really got everyone else to consider screw top seriously because some of your wines started to get really good and they remained under screw top. And that shifted everyone, that allowed everyone else to finally be like, no, look, this is really, really good. Not even cheap wine. And it's in a screw top. Now we can do that too. And I'm glad because that opened the doors. But yeah. Awesome.
Do you know how they realized that wine in New Zealand would be good?
No.
How? It's because violins sound good in New Zealand. So a huge part of why violins sound the way they do, and why buying a Stradivarius in Italy is worthwhile, but buying one anywhere else to play in the world is pointless. It's to do with humidity and air pressure and all this other shit that really affects the tone. Yeah. And New Zealand has basically all of the same atmospheric conditions as Italy. And so they realized, we could grow wine. We could grow grapes here and make Italian quality wine.
That's great.
That's a hell of a PR story if it isn't true.
Yeah. I'm not gonna look it up to even find out if it's true. I'm just gonna repeat it everywhere because I like that story. I don't want to know if it's true.
Honestly, that's
I'm sure it actually is. It sounds right.
Yeah. It's cooler. I think I told you the story about Willie Nelson and Stevie Wonder.
Right. And speaking of music, John from Part Time. Welcome, John. Rock on.
Oh yeah. No, Stevie Wonder and Willie Nelson, did you say, Richard?
So, okay, I think I told you guys this last time. This is one of my favorite things that ever happened to me. There was a homeless dude on Sunset Boulevard who looked just like Willie Nelson. Hashtag SunsetWillie on Instagram.
Yeah, Sunset Willie.
Yeah. And one day, he really likes comics, and so I used to give him all my comics when they came out. And, we'd chat. And then one day I was walking down the street and he was just covered head to toe in gold, just gold chains, gold bracelets, just gold everywhere, real gold. And I was like, hey, Willie, where did you get all this gold? And he goes, oh, you know what, Richard? Stevie Wonder got his vision back, and he doesn't like his gold anymore. So he just gave it all to me. And I was like, cool.
That's best answer.
Yep,
you could have given me.
Yes.
I kind of had accidentally double checked because I ran into Stevie Wonder and asked him, and he just looked at me like I was an insane person.
Right.
Which is reasonable.
I mean, that's a story where you're like, okay, that's bullshit, but it's awesome. So I'm keeping it. That is my.
That's what Hollywood is. Hollywood is just stories.
Bullshit, but awesome.
10% of them true. Yeah.
Best place in the world.
It is. It's kind of crazy. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I agree. Yeah. So, and that is, one of the things I don't think the last time we talked, you told us about your affection for Hollywood, but I had not at the time read any of Haunted Hill yet. So I didn't realize that was your very explicitly Hollywood comic. This is what being like just a person living in Hollywood and going out and sampling what it's got and the people it's got, and my God, the people it's got. Which I do think, Haunted Hill, you captured it well.
You definitely did.
At least so far. I mean, you're not that, according to you, you're not that deep into it yet. But it is like so far, one of the things, I think I mentioned this because last time you were on, for people watching, we were talking about his ex-wives of Frankenstein, which it was only one issue where we had 2 full volumes to read this time around. And that one issue, I really liked the pacing of it, the fact that it was all talking heads, and I was like, ooh, but it had a very different tone to it in a lot of ways. And this one, once again, it's really just people interacting with each other and bouncing off each other, and the tales tell. But the tone, I think tonally, and the types of characters you get are different this time around. Like, it's got a different flavor to it, even though structurally and kind of the approach to it. And I'm starting to get a peg, I think, on your preferred style to storytelling with a lot of these things, and like how you like to approach these stories and how you like to present them. But I really appreciated that this one was even the wine I paired it with, like, total polar opposite end of the spectrum from what I chose for Ex-Wives of Frankenstein, because I feel like this one is, you're really getting down. I mean, it's essentially starts with someone taking a shit in a car. I mean, that is like where it all gets going. And I'm like, okay, this is different, same but different territory where
let's be clear. Let's be clear. Taking a shit in a car doesn't happen until the end of chapter 2. The thing starts with her walking out of my favorite sex club.
This is very true.
Right.
Page 4 features my husband rimming a guy in a sling. So it starts in a good place.
Starts with rimming and a sling, and
What's amazing is that every time anyone who knows my husband sees that page, they immediately like, oh, that's the top of Ray's head. That's his particular bald pattern. I see that you put him in here. I'm like, yeah, he will never come to this place with me for some reason.
So that was like, was that sort of a wish fulfillment thing, or kind of like putting him in there?
I would be so look, if I'm going to go to a prison themed sex club in LA, I'm not hoping to see my husband there.
Bring him with you, not just magically see him there.
Right, but it's that thing of like, why would you pay the entry fee to like have sex with someone you could have sex with at home?
Right. To eat the noodles you make at home.
If you're in right. I suppose as long as you are both part of larger groups, maybe, but
Yeah. Because I see it all the time when I'm at these places where there'll be like people who are clearly there together, and this is the thing they do together. Yeah. And it's like, there are cleaner places you can do this. I'm sure of it. But I think, again, it's that thing like in Prick Up Your Ears, the Joe Orton book, the biography, it says like, no matter like how comfortable and how wealthy he became, there was never going to be a point where Joe Orton wasn't having sex in public bathrooms, because it was like, that was part of the ritual for him.
Right. Yeah, I get that. So what is, if you have off the top of your head, what is your favorite, if it's not oh shit, I forgot the name of Gold Ray Charles man, something Willie
Nelson.
Sunset Willie. If it's not Sunset Willie, what is your favorite Hollywood story?
Oh, Jesus.
All time.
I mean, okay.
I know that I feel like I'm asking you to narrow down a wide selection, so I understand. But
did we have you read Octopus?
Yes.
It's the woman in chapter 2 of Octopus with the dog.
Oh, okay.
I had like, I'll expand on it a little, so you'll be getting.
Yeah, especially for the viewers, because they might not have.
But I didn't want to bore either of you with like repeating things.
Dallas, it'll be new for Dallas. It'll be new for the listeners, and we're the hosts. You can bore us. That's okay. I bore myself, so go for it.
Boring the host is always my goal on any.
Good.
It was my second time in Hollywood. Third, if you count like a sort of secret trip that I took years ago for a whole affair that it was going on. But it involves a party with some bad people, and I don't really want that to be too public. Anyway, that's my least favorite Hollywood story. That was when I was like, oh, everyone's okay with that person. Anyway, love those X-Men movies. So,
well, I've been to one of those parties. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. Like when your boyfriend just takes you to one of those parties, and you're like, what sorry, where are we? What? Anyway, so it was my second official time in Hollywood, and I'd booked my flights badly, and I ended up I had an 18-hour layover in Sydney at the airport in the middle of whatever. And so I was just out there. I'd been traveling 30 hours. I was completely wiped out. I arrived on, I think, Labor Day or something without realizing it, and went straight from the airport to this party of young theater actors who all were you know how TV and film actors are all much smaller than real people,
yes.
and then theater actors are much larger than real people.
Yes.
It was that thing. So they were just I just felt like I was standing next to drawings done by a child where they get the grid and they try and expand the person and they get it a bit wrong. And they're all ironically playing beer pong because they're trying to recapture something they never actually had in their youth, because none of them were ever invited to any party by a jock, right? So,
right.
And the person who's hosting the party has invited her parents to come to this party, and I know the parents, so I'm there, and everything's uncomfortable, everything's awful. Normally when the first time I got to Hollywood, I was like, this is the most magical place on earth. I immediately feel at home and welcome. And so I was just really bummed out by this whole vibe. And I was then staying out in the valley at my friend Paul's place, and I was feeling very bad about myself. So I was like, well, obviously I should just go on Grindr and have sex with a stranger to at least kill some time. And I matched with this dude who tells me come over, let's fuck. And he's at the Sportsman's Lodge. And I've never been to the Sportsman's Lodge, so I didn't know what it was.
Love that place.
But when you hear Sportsman's Lodge and you're from New Zealand, you assume it's going to be a shitty motel with a deerskin stapled to the wall. Yep. A CRT screen playing a fucking rugby game or whatever.
Yep. I would have assumed that. Assumed that. I'm from fucking small town Michigan originally, and I would have been oh, hell no.
Yeah.
Sportsman's Lodge has a legendary history in Hollywood. Yeah. It is just insane.
I mean, it's a hotel with a trout farm attached.
With a trout farm.
Just for the celebrities, for their amusement, so they could go trout fishing in between filming.
And its own little 50s diner tucked away in the back.
And this swimming pool that just looks like it should be filled with bodies.
And it is. It has been. Absolutely.
Been. I get to this place, and I was really questioning, because I had decided the last time I'd been there, I was I'm going to leave New Zealand forever. This is the place I'm meant to be. And now I'm back here 6 weeks out from a divorce and having broken up with my boyfriend of 4 years. Those two things are actually unrelated, surprisingly. Okay. And suddenly feeling oh shit, I thought I was walking away from a bunch of terrible stuff to come somewhere good, and now this is as disappointing as my old life. And I get to the Sportsman's Lodge, and it's this palatial estate with all this wonder and beauty and majesty to it. And this little dog runs up to me. And I start petting the dog because I lost my dog in my first divorce. And so obviously I'm a little, sensitive about dogs at that point. And this woman stumbles over and she says, "That's my dog." And I was like, oh, he's lovely. And she is this bone thin woman who's caked in makeup that she's old and dressed like she mugged an 8-year-old 10 years ago.
My favorite thing to see in LA.
Just everything about it is mismatched and beautiful, and it's so contrived in that way that the most human thing you can do is alter your surroundings, but why not alter yourself? I something about people forcing themselves into ill-fitting clothes or changing their entire anything that dehumanizes the human form, I find fascinating and magical, and I can't look away. And she says, "Oh yeah, he." By the way, she has a drink in her hand, so I assume she's come out of the hotel.
Of course she does.
And she says, "That dog cost me $64,000." And I was like, "Really?" And she says, "Yep, but he saved my life. He helps me with my diabetes." And I was like, "Okay, how?" And she just kind of waves that away. And then she says, "You know what doesn't help with diabetes? Gin." And shakes this glass at me. I'm like, "Okay." And we're chatting for a little bit, and then hotel staff start kind of circling, and she goes, "Oh, well, here they are. I better go. They're not letting me into this place." and I realized she had brought the drink from home. Like this is the best part of it, is that this woman who has $64,000 to spend on a dog is not even being allowed into this place. Like, and that is
well, she knew she wasn't going to get in, so she's like, well, I might as well drink on the way there while I try.
And she, like, it was in a glass. You know, it wasn't like she had a thermos of gin, although think ahead, right? But it was just such a like we are all a fraction of a brain cell away from being that person. Like, only one thing has to go wrong. And then on top of all of that, like, Hollywood is a place where no matter how successful, or LA in general is, no matter how successful you are, you can always just break, you know? And it can all be taken away. You can still have your $64,000 for a diabetes dog, my new favorite superhero. And at the same time, you'll be at the Sportsman's Lodge on a Monday night on Labor Day with a glass of gin you brought from home, not being welcome.
Right.
And then I went and had fantastic sex and fell in love with the city all over again.
Okay. Yeah, it's a magical place, and a lot of the magic is rail thin, coked up, and really sad inside.
Yes. Yes.
I just want to be that inspiring someday.
I mean, I just think people get to that point where it's like they don't give a shit anymore, and I think especially if you have $64,000 to blow on a diabetes dog, that you're in that tier of people where you're just sort of like, you can bar me from entering a bar, but I'm drinking on the way there. I'm drinking on the way home. And, you know, no matter how successful I get, I'm just going to piddle around like that. Like, why would I don't have to change. I'm plainly doing really well without being this. So I have zero, motivation to be normal, to be presentable, to be any of that shit. So I just feel like LA is so filled with those kinds of people where they are either they were super successful, they're still super successful. If you knew who they were or knew what they'd done or what their secret history was, you'd be blown away. But they're still a crazy old person with a drink in their hand in the middle of the day, walking a diabetes dog, and you're just like, what?
Yeah.
It is. Yeah.
Richard. Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Do you know this? Do you know the story or the rumor about Peter Engels, the guy who created Saved by the Bell?
I don't think so.
The rumor is that he takes his pants all the way off to use the urinal, like a little baby.
Oh, I've heard that about a few people.
And I don't know why I'd heard this, but it was just a thing that was in my head. And I think it was like my second night.
He's just that OCD about dribbling? Like, what's the...
I mean, he's dropping them to the floor. Like, they're just around his ankles.
I see. Floor, I see. So he likes the wind on his hair legs.
He's
on his leg hair.
More, I guess. But anyway, so it was like my second or third night in LA ever, and my friend is playing at Lucky Strike, and on Wednesdays at Lucky Strike is 90s night, and they have all these 90s bands come and play a few songs. And my friend was the keyboardist for Save Ferris, and so I was there seeing them, and I went to the bathroom, and there was an old man with his pants around his ankles at the urinal, and I went, "Are you Peter Engels?" And he looks at me and goes, "You bet I am." And then went back to pissing. And I don't know if it's true. He might have just been whoever I wanted to be that night.
Right, that's true. Even especially with that response, like, "You bet I am." I'm like, that's someone who took a beat and was like, "Sure, I'm Peter Engels."
I have too many Saved by the Bell related stories. I once lost a slide race to Mr. Belding.
Really?
I maintain he cheated because he made me sniff his finger before he raced ahead of me.
Oh my. Okay. Hey, Richard, tell me you've run into Angelyne in your.
I have. When Aussie Dots used to have their raffle to win a ride along with her.
Yeah.
My friend Alex entered it, and 10 minutes after they called, and they're like, "Look, no one ever enters this. You just win by default."
Right.
And he went for the ride along with her the next day, and he came home and he was like, well, she kind of pressured me into buying $300 worth of these very ugly shirts.
She is a magician when it comes to this.
And she mostly said a lot of weirdly racist stuff about people we drove past.
Yeah.
And I was like, cool, good. But still,
Dallas, tell everyone who she is.
So Angelyne is
as best as you can describe
a self sort of proclaimed pinup doll. She is the original pink lady. There used to be a billboard on Sunset or Hollywood, I think it's Sunset, of her just reclined in this sort of,
still there, isn't it?
I think it is. I think they pulled it back a
she
few years
owns
ago.
them. She owns the billboard, so
she owns them. She puts them up. She pays for them. She also drives this. I think it's a pink Corvette, a rotating slate of cars.
Pink Barbie
she
Corvette.
Constantly has on this lycra, just mini dress, and she's rail thin. She's a woman of a certain age. What age? I don't know. I don't think she knows anymore. But it's just magical to see this Barbie doll in person, and people are constantly asking her for photos, and she will gladly take your photo for a fee, and then she will open her trunk and sell the hell out of some merch. It is just, she's one of the original influencers.
I want
still to this day, just like, and she's still doing it as successfully as far as I can tell.
They're not Angelyne shirts that she's selling.
Right.
They're just shirts.
They're just shirts.
That's cute.
They're just shirts. But
so whatever
she knows the
find,
story is going to be worth it for the people who are.
I
see.
And like it's the kind of shirt that people would look at you and go, why do you own that shirt? And then you have to tell them,
It's
do you think that's part of her shtick though? Like, I mean, I'm assuming most of those stories are just things she makes up to sell the shirts. Almost.
It's been working for 50 years, so.
Yeah,
I know.
Because she shows it. Like there have been there was a big, I think, Vulture article that dug deep into her past, and then there was a biopic or a mini series or something.
Actually, it's on maybe Tubi or Hulu now, I believe.
Yeah, okay. And I kind of can't bring myself to watch it because I don't want to know the real story.
Right.
Exactly. You want the mystique of this person. It's crazy.
And that's kind of what she's selling,
It's like so Crossroads of the World, where my place in LA is. The story that I've been told is almost certainly partially true. But the story is that it's the world's first shopping mall, which is definitely not true.
Yes. Yeah.
There have been shopping malls before it, but 1926, gangster running liquor during Prohibition, owns the land, gets shot by the cops. His widow goes on a world cruise, comes back, is disappointed by the fashion in America, so builds the first ever shopping mall. It may be the first outdoor mall, but it's 8 buildings that are replicas of the architectural styles of the places she visited, and the central building is a replica of the boat she went on. And there's so much about it feels like a sad Disneyland, and partly because there's a miniature replica of the replica boat at Disney World. And actually technically a miniature replica of the window to my place. And like it's where the fake movie script in Argo was written. It's where Alfred Hitchcock had his office. It's where Gangster's Paradise was recorded, which I know because the day that I moved in, they were all back there recording an updated version of it for the 25th anniversary. But they just everyone from Coolio's crew just saw me loading boxes up some stairs, and they're like, "Hey, we can help you." So,
Hollywood's an amazing place, and I will tell you, I don't live far from where you are, Richard, and that whole corridor is just, particularly at the bottom of the hill over on Franklin, further up, and north. What is that? Hollywood Boulevard. That whole area is just, if you look at the sort of desiccated remains of old Hollywood, which just litter that area, it is magical. Like, I still just walk around and look at these old facades and these old stores, which are some, in some.
Well, and Dallas is like you, Richard. He doesn't sleep, so he's out there and people watching in the wee small hours of the morning. Dallas,
do you know Andrew, the homeless man with the tent full of doll heads?
Where is he usually?
Last time I saw him, he was at the overpass at Franklin and something. Franklin and Ivar.
Going up the hill. Yes.
He told me he lived in my backyard for a while, and then he told me that if he ever saw me on my phone again when I walked past his tent, he would stab me because I was too fucking rude.
I remember this. Yes. Yeah.
Sorry, now I'm like, because you set this challenge of, hey, we did a 3-hour interview last time, like I'm gonna beat it. I'm gonna
I'm gonna be out after an hour. I got
no, Dallas.
No, Dallas. No.
Oh yeah, I'm actually have to jump out after an hour tonight.
All right.
You can jump back in.
But I will make it up to you. We'll get together in Hollywood.
No pressure, Richard. I'm actually hoping. I mean, we'll see what happens, but there's always another day to do our 4-hour episode, and we can steel ourselves for it so that everyone's in from like 5 to 9 guys. No one's going anywhere. Here we go.
Here's the thing. I double checked the Blake's Buzz interview that I did. It's actually 7 hours.
No, motherfucker.
Yeah. So at some point, and like I need to beat that because that was on my first.
That's the one where you guys got trashed and just kept going and going and going.
Was that in person?
No, it was.
No. Live
it was all just a live stream online. My camera was facing that way though at the time, so it's the opposite of what you're seeing. And it was the interview where Blake, my book made him cry, and then he came out live. So I feel like it was like the ultimate success of an interview.
Beautiful.
And then he left me to vamp while he went and told his family.
All right, I may have to go watch that one.
I will have to. Yeah, I know Blake had a phase where he was doing a lot of live stream interviews, and he was like, "We're gonna get drunk. Like that is the point of this. Like let's do that, and let's just see where this goes." Yeah. And I can see how the two of you in that phase. And he since kind of dialed it back, and he's like, "Yeah, that's much. Like maybe that's
professional now. He has corporate sponsorship and keeps making announcements that he no longer owns Blake's Buzz, and his logo has changed from a really cool word balloon with 2 bees in it to like a kind of horny looking bumblebee, which makes me uncomfortable to look at.
Bearded bumblebee.
I hate it so much.
Oh no. Give him the feedback. Next time you're on, you got to give him that feedback. You got to be like, you gotta.
Oh,
whoever made that for you. I know his corporate sponsors made that for him.
He's too clean cut now. I could never be on his show again.
He's gone corporate.
Well, you can pre-record, so you can cut out all the choiciest bits, and then that'll be on like his paid Patreon or something. Like I know he's kind of given that up,
like
but
I feel a special feature.
Yeah, I feel like that's the joy of doing, like, because I feel like even when we do, like, our average on these shows is probably like an hour 45 at this point. And I keep wanting, every time I go in, I'm like, I'm going to focus, I'm going to direct everyone, and it's going to be done in an hour max. Absolute max. Never fucking happens because people are having fun and they're talking, and I'm like, what am I doing? Why would I cut it short? I'm like, yeah, it's fine. And this is a lot of fun. I mean, I think it's fun for us too, because we're the ones who have to come back and do it over and over again. So I feel like the audience, it's like, and I even chapter the live streams just for people. So I'm like, look, if you really don't give a shit and you just want the meat of the matter, you want to be like, what is this book? Who is this guy? Where do I go? I want to know what you paired it with, whatever. You can be like, click on this, click on that, go. You're out in 15 minutes.
You want the what is it? The Mila Kunis, Oz the Great and Powerful press junket interview, right? Did you see that?
I don't.
Yes.
No, but okay, Dallas has. I just know press junket interviews in general. They're so useless. There's no information. So what's this one?
They sent an intern or something, and he's like a college kid. And he just starts telling her about like where him and his friends go to drink and asking her if she'd want to. And then he like realizes he's fucking up and he apologizes. And she's like, no. You're the only person in days who's talked to me like I'm a real person. I never want to talk about this film again. Here are the answers. And she speed runs the answers about this fucking garbage movie that no one remembers even existing. And then like goes back to ask him more about his friends and where they hang out. Right. And like at some point he invites her to his cousin's wedding or something. It's fucking amazing.
It is.
That's cool.
The film is just trash. But,
know he got fired for that, but god damn it, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Like they were like, no, that's not what we want to air. Like that's not what we want to put on our channel. Whoever it was doing, like whatever group he was doing the interview for, like they were not happy with that, but they should be. Yeah, I feel like that's true about. I recently had a job interview with someone, and when we started off, I was just like, I think I'd been doing the show too much. And I was just kind of like, how are you doing? How's your day going and whatnot? And I started asking him, and we spent 20 minutes of him telling me how overworked he is and how like where everything is and I learned so much about the company. It was kind of like that wasn't my intention, but I was like, oh shit, I'm getting
that's a very useful skill in an interview.
I'm like, I'm actually getting the inside scoop on this before I like, do I want to be here or do I not? But he was wonderful, and afterwards he was like, oh, he fucking loved you, and I was like, yeah, okay. I felt like I totally gotten off track, and I was like, oh no, this is not my show. I don't know why I started launching into that, but I just did. And it turned out to be like, everyone just had a great conversation. Cause no one, you'll get to you'll do the meat and potatoes of whatever it is you're going to do. That'll be in there somewhere. And we'll get to all of that. But people just they want to get to know you. They want to get to know us. And I was recently, was it Blake or someone else? But I was talking with someone in the comics community, and we were just talking about, we're new enough that we're just starting to have, like you being on the show again, repeat people, right? Like we've never really had that before. So I think we've had it twice now. I think you're our number 2 repeat. Yeah. And there is sort of that question of like, oh yeah, we have a format for the show, but it really is too stodgy for a repeat. Like once people are relaxed and once it's just like, oh yeah, you're back. Yeah. Oh yeah, sure. You got something else you're doing. We're going to talk about that. But that's not it kind of stops being the point anymore to some degree.
This is, and like, I'm going to go on a tangent here, but I think this is like the fundamental problem with all indie comics press is that like, there's like 50 to 100 of us who are kind of, I don't want to say like, serious, but like taking it seriously, as in like people who are working toward a career in comics through the indie route, rather than doing indie comics as a hobby or doing indie comics as a stepping stone to working for the big 2.
Right.
And those people are largely on Kickstarter or have fallen into the dank pit that is Indiegogo and the bad things associated with comic people on there. Right. But it's like, all we know how to do is talk about our comics, because none of us have had professional media training. None of us have done that kind of things. So we reach out to people like you two, or Blake, or Cody, or like the kind of rotating 15 to 20 indie comic podcasts that are out there at any time. Some that last for 6 episodes, some that go away forever. And I think most of it is because, and no offense, most of it is because we know that our viewers, our readers, are never going to watch or listen to the interviews. What we want is to be able to post regularly throughout our campaign to say, look, I'm being interviewed by someone, as a way for us to say, hey, I'm still here. Right. And as a way for us to say, look, someone else is taking me seriously. Maybe you should look at my book. Right. Like I realized I got a fucking terrible review of one of my books by a site that doesn't matter at all. Like, this is for one of my picture books. And literally the review, their format for reviews is they take a photograph of the book and then they write in Microsoft Paint their thoughts about the book on the picture. And like, they just said the book was garbage and they hated it. And I just posted a link saying, check out this review of my book. And I got 0 engagement, and my sales skyrocketed for 3 days.
Wow. Amazing.
It was just, hey, shit, look, Richard's getting reviewed. I guess he's a big boy. But what we need to do, and like it's why like this podcast could be entirely about wine. Like, this could be, I don't know, like every week choose a celebrity who has their own wine and do a deep dive on what led to them getting their particular brand of wine, and then buy their wine, talk about it, whether it's good or bad, talk about it like fucking wine snobs, but also just talk about the career of that celebrity. That's a fucking amazing, like, I would listen to that podcast every single week. That would be so funny. It requires more research and what have you, but I think it's like a cool thing. And then what you do is you have indie comic creators on every week as guests to talk about that thing, because actually what that does is, like, that's where we bring in new listeners or new readers. Because I think anyone who's watching me on here is here because, like, either they already watch or they have seen me post about it and they're coming here to watch it, right? They're already buying up. If they're invested enough to risk, like, they know they're putting in 3 hours and 45 minutes for this. They've committed to that tonight, Dallas.
That's right.
And you know, they know, like they're buying my fucking book, guaranteed. And I can't quite figure out how to like break that pattern.
Right.
How do I get on a podcast where I get to like be the casual guest who talks about films or like whatever film that we were talking about that week or whatever medicine or wine or I'm literally trying to think of what our podcast's about, and I thought of films, medicine, and wine. Apparently, I don't listen to enough podcasts.
Well, you know, the currently one of the master plans that we had for this show, probably coming in 2024, but yes, we're branching out into wine guests as well. So that's going to be something. And then what I'd like to do, I really like your idea there. I think that's one variation that we can do as well. But the idea was, if we were going to pair a wine and a comic together, the comic creator can be on to represent the comic. The wine maker can be on to represent the wine. We have you on together. And you're both there to talk about that. You both have your own audiences. You're both coming to the show to be the guest. You're both going to learn about each other's stuff. And we're the ones who are putting them together. And it's like, you don't have to know anything about the wine. They do not have to know anything about your comic yet, but it's all going to be on the same show and it's all going to come together. So that was our, right now, that was my, like, I think this is how we bridge that divide in a way, on a regular basis, and to turn this into a true wine and comics, not just a comic show that happens to have some wine in it as well, which is kind of where we are right now. So right now, that's my plan on the evolution. But then the idea of having on some wine, but then finding a way. The biggest problem with wine is you would kind of want everyone to be able to, like, if you're going to have a bunch of comic guys on for the next week, you want them to be able to sample that wine, to be able to get their hands on it somehow. And because of wine laws and shipping laws and who can buy it in which state and where, that gets
really cut down how many kids you get to have as guests, I think.
And that too. But it's also, it's just sort of like, we can have the wine guy on, then we can be like, well, what do you think about this wine? But it's like, how do we get it to everyone? Some people are in Boston, some people are in New York, some people are on the West Coast, some people are in Canada, some people are in Australia. Like, where, man, we lost Dallas. But
did you hear the latest episode of Wine and Comics? Man, the creator of X-Cop really, he got wild.
I would love. So I actually know Ethan Nicole as well for X-Cop. But did you ever? You've read X-Cop, then, have you, Richard?
Yeah, like not for a long time, but right when it first started, because I think it was the same year that Blastosaurus was first being launched at Comic-Con through Top Cow. X-Cop was launching, and I was pissed because my first book came out when I was 7. And this little 5-year-old punk was out here being like, I'm writing a comic book. Fuck you, are not.
Well, to be fair, his older brother was already a comic book creator. Like, that's a bit of nepotism going on there that helped him out. But Ethan, the older brother, is the one. So before X-Cop, he had a comic called Chumblespuzz, which you should read. I've got some copies. Maybe the next, if we ever meet up in person, I will pass them on to you. Right. But they are hysterical. They're amazing. I'm glad he found a niche in X-Cop with his 5-year-old younger brother, because Chumblespuzz, I loved it. I did this was back in the day when I was writing for some comic review sites, and I reviewed the shit out of it and just like and Dallas is back. Let me actually get him back on stage. There you are.
There we go.
But yeah, Chumblespuzz, Ethan Nicole.
Give us an hour.
I know you were like, Dallas, you said an hour, and you're like, bye. I do want a couple comments from John still. Did you ask the interviewers, is when I was talking about having that job interview, did you ask the interviewers what wine he was pairing with the interview? I did not. I did not want to come across as a lush in a job interview. I was keeping it together that much. And honestly, I haven't bought Richard's book yet, and I'm waiting to get to know this wild man a little better.
Come on, John. What are you doing? John, I thought we had a real. I had someone the other day who reposted something of mine on Twitter.com about one of my rewards. I have some goofy reward. I can't remember which one it was, but he was like, "Oh, I'm buying it just for this." I'm like, "Cool." And I check. Oh, no new backers. That's right. I keep checking. No new back. But like, he and I are going back and forth on Twitter, and he's like talking about. He's like, "I'm so excited to get this book. I can't wait for it to arrive." I'm just like, "Oh, it's taking all my strength to not call you out on this, buddy, because I want to be like, hey, you haven't backed it yet, actually, and I really like to get number 84 in there."
Maybe he had already backed it before
No,
he
no,
posted
no,
it the
no,
first
no,
time?
no. I have a photographic memory. I know the name of every single fucking backer.
Well, I was gonna say, and in the 80s, you can always like run down that list fairly quickly.
I thought
and
John
double
had
check.
bought my books. So John W. of Part-Time Comics. I thought, for some reason, his name is maybe it's just like a lot of Twitter interactions. But John, buy my books.
Probably.
They're very good.
They are very good, John.
Sucks collection. You'll get like 10 books or 7 books for $100 or some shit.
Especially if you also like Octopus is definitely, that's the memoir that the story of the older lady was in Octopus as well. So we had him on for Ex-Wives of Frankenstein. When the second issue comes out, I'm assuming that'll come out relatively soon at Richard's speed. So definitely dive into those, because that one is amazing also, and it's only just getting started. Why don't we do this, since Dallas might have to jet after an hour, and this way we can let's look at the Kickstarter page. Why don't we talk about the comic, and then we can move on to more just blah blah blah. But we'll actually not bury this part of it so far because I think the last time we got to this at like 2 hours and 30 minutes in or something. I'm
going to do a visual cue. Look there. Now you'll know that's where the comic talk started. Hi guys, it's so good to be here. Let me tell you about my great Kickstarter campaign. I'm jazzed about this one.
All right, let me show my screen.
Oh, Richard, you're something. Oh.
All right,
it's
guys.
almost like I've become jaded.
Hill.
After 31 years of publishing comics, I've become jaded.
There we go. All right, Haunted Hill, volumes 1 through 2. The surrealist soap opera about life in Hollywood continues in an all-new book. And this is volumes 1 and 2. Volume 1 collected issues or chapters 1 through 6. This one is 7 through 9. You can see here's the main cover for volume 2. Yeah.
That is from my dirtiest joke in the entire book, where they're talking about she changed the password to a treehouse when she was a kid, and her friend was not able to get back into it, and he's still mad at her about it 23 years later. And she says, "What the fuck did you need it at the treehouse so badly? You're a VHS copy of Old Women Who Swallow. Spoiler: they always die when they get to the horse." Here she is showing her tits to a child.
To a child. And the aftermath immediately thereof.
I really like I'm writing this book in real time, essentially. So I want to show every difficult moment that Eva has, and I like that I've created a character who just like she's Peter Parker in Spider-Man 2, you know, like he cannot bend down to tie his shoe without being smacked in the face by a fucking backpack. Like everything she does falls apart.
Yes.
But in a more dirtbag way.
Though she takes it all with a surprising grace. I will say, like she never recovers well, but she always does recover, you know?
Right. It's not graceful, but it happens.
Yeah, I suppose grace, grace might not be quite the right word, but something like grace, where now that we're into volume 2, like reading volume 1, that was so one of the things that I love about Haunted Hill, and this is, I think in Richard's own words, this is kind of his love letter to Hollywood and the people therein. And it is okay. And Richard, start us off too. Like I caught wind of what your plans are. Like this series in your head. Give us that.
So look, so this series started out as I had 2 days off between 2 projects, between Black Sand Beach 3 and Cardboardia 2. And so I thought, I had this idea for a book, or I had an idea for a short about like this little conversational moment. And I was like, maybe I'll just write that. So I wrote it, I did the layouts, and across 2 days, I did the 6-page comic. And then the notes didn't come through, and it was a long weekend. So I knew I had 3 more days. So I wrote more. And then the notes kept not coming through. And so every 2 days, I did another 6 pages until I ended up with 9 completed issues.
Wow.
And it's a surrealist soap opera that was meant to be a 6-page gag or 6-page conversation. I just fell in love with the character. Part of it was because my friend, whose name I won't say, kept asking if I would write and name a character after her in one of my comics. And I was like, just getting really sick of it, because I just hate that, because I'm like, you don't want to be in my comics. They're fucking dirtbags, they're sloppy messes. As soon as you name someone after a character, name a character after someone, then they become like attached to it, and they want to they feel like an ownership over that character. So every single person in this comic is named after someone who this friend introduced me to, who I don't know very well.
Wow. Okay. All right.
So I started making this thing.
That's good.
And I was stuck in Canada. It was the first year of COVID. And I just thought, I'm missing Hollywood so much. I will write a story that is loosely based on my second to last night before the first lockdown, where I was walking home from my office. It was 11 o'clock at night, and a car pulls up behind me and yells, "Hey, Mark!" And I went, "Yep." And I hopped in the car, and they said, "You're not Mark." And I went, "Yeah, that's absolutely true. So what are we doing?" And basically what transpired was that they were all in their 20s. They were young, enthusiastic, new to Hollywood types who wanted to be in the
just
movies.
The worst kind of people.
Yeah. And they were seeking some vengeance because someone had, some guy had made a...
Some guy named Mark?
No.
Okay, I was going to say, good thing you weren't Mark.
Yeah. Some guy had made a sex tape of one of their friends at a party, and they were going to go and fix this problem. And I was like, sounds great, let's go do this. And then in Haunted Hill, they pick up Sasha and Eva, and they have to stop to get donuts because one of them's hungry. Then a couple breaks up, they pick up a homeless guy, they go to a trampoline park, or a secret abandoned trampoline park. They go see a bad comedy show, and then they break into a house. In real life, trampoline park gets swapped out for tire yard, and breaking into the house gets swapped out for none of them knew how to break into a house because they were all young and stupid. So I had to teach them how to do it. And I thought that we were going in there to steal the camcorder that had the sex tape on it, because I'm fucking a million years old at this point. And we get in there, and they're like, no, it's in the cloud. It's everywhere. The reason we know about it is because he shared it on social media. That we're not undoing the problem. We're just here to smash his house. And I was like, oh, this is a much bigger crime than I signed on for, so I'm actually going to dip out. And so I kind of wrote this story about this, and then throughout it, all these little things kept coming up. I had these dumb jokes that Eva keeps talking about going to boarding school, but when she talks about it, it's clear that she was relocated and put with a different family when she was 13 years old and just thinks that's boarding school. That she doesn't know why her friend is mad at her. The girl she had a crush on when she was in high school was obsessed with this trampoline. All these weird little threads. And then I was like, well, okay, so after the first night, what happens? Because I've done 6 issues of what is essentially what should be a 10-minute drive home and turns into hours. But 6 issues covers this one night. What if I do this next story that is just the next day? And that's what this one is. It's her going to reconnect with her friend who she hasn't seen since she was 13 years old, and accidentally interrupts his father's wake, and flashes his kid repeatedly. And learns that there is a mob hit out on her for what she did that caused her to be relocated to boarding school when she was 13 years old.
Right. Which she was unaware that was the reason. Yeah.
Right.
And so, and from what I've heard from you,
you
not
want
on
to
this
know
show,
about
obviously.
the 300 issues?
So you're you want to break it'll take, because you've already done 6 issues for what is essentially one evening, and now these 3 issues, which is essentially the next morning. You want to try to break that sort of 300 issue mold of the Cerebus type of a thing.
Yeah.
I'm assuming, I don't know if anyone can outdo Spawn at this point, because it just keeps going.
Right, but Spawn is not done by one person. And technically Cerebus isn't either. He has Gerhard doing
Gerhard. Yeah.
Now, I'm a Boy Scout, I'm prepared. I've got a lot of essays about how women are a drain on. I just realized I've got this really dense story, and I know where it ends. I know I'm not going to give it away, but there are clues in the story about the time and date and things like this. So you'll know what it's leading up to if you're paying attention. The cover for issue 13 actually has the biggest clue because it's a cell phone with some drool on it, and you can see the time and date on the screen. I will say this. I have 11 days to tell the story in. And I'm going to try and make a 300 issue comic happen in an 11-day time span.
Day period.
Yeah.
Wow.
And that I gotta say, like that rings every bell that I've got in terms of comics. Like I'm just like I'm in. I want to see it happen. I was
part of me wants you to sell tickets to a live drawing and creation. Like I'd show up and sip some wine while you wrote.
Well, I'm not going to try and make it in 11 days. I'm saying that like 11 days of the characters' lives.
No, you should try to make it in 11 days.
No. I've only done 24-hour comic day once in my life.
Yeah.
If anyone can do it, Richard Fairgray can pull it off. You can do
probably, but yeah, I feel like I'm much more like I'm thrilled by the idea of just that compressed timeline of like 300 issues, but it's Cerebus was the entire life of the character. Gave a lot of leeway, and really he crammed like the last 10 years into the second 150 issues. I mean, that was a little more on the nothing happens and this is all relatively compressed time. And of course, Dave Sim kind of fell off the sanity wagon about halfway through as well. So, which was a huge shame because he was so fucking talented. And then it's such a waste of that talent.
With the right amount of cocaine, Richard, you can pull it off in 11 days.
Well, no, because then I'll end up with like the next Frank Miller. Too soon?
Speaking of falling off the sanity wagon.
Like Frank Miller has, yes, agreed. I would say in terms of becoming a bad person, it's like Dave Sim is like so far above what I can reach on a scale of whatever to whatever. And then Frank Miller is just like old crank,
Right. Frank Miller is like a triple down on questionable things he said or says he believes or whatnot. But Dave Sim has like an entire mythology that he has subscribed to and pushes very hard. And I didn't actually know this until relatively recently. But apparently all his recent beliefs are, the word most people would use is misogynistic. Like they're insanely, at a level that is above and beyond. But if you want to talk to him ever at all about anything, you must sign an agreement agreeing that he is not misogynistic before you're allowed to talk to him.
Huh.
And that has been confirmed. That is a true thing.
That's right.
Now, because I would say
not just lore.
Because he wrote all those essays about how women are voids that suck the energy from men. Correct. And I would say like it's not like this isn't like a thing where someone like I get so angry every time I see a fucking headline about how like Martin Scorsese doesn't like Marvel movies.
Right.
You didn't have to ask. Like
right. Of course he doesn't like fucking Marvel movies. Why would he?
Like they're not, but like he has to answer the question. He gets asked the question. He wasn't prepared for it. It's just you're just trying to get and now everyone hates this delightful old man who makes his own problematic things, but whatever.
Or uses his quote, if they don't like Marvel movies, is like the end all be all of like, you see someone like a great filmmaker hates Marvel movies. We're right. Marvel movies suck. And it's like, I mean, you don't have to like them. No one has to like them.
Oh, no, I'm seeing it as the opposite thing of like, it's this divisive thing of this person doesn't like the same thing as us. We must now hate him.
Right. It goes both. Like I've seen both the people who hate Marvel movies and think the Marvel sycophants are too much. They love using the Scorsese quote to defend that Marvel movies are in fact complete garbage. And then on the flip side, you're also right. Then the Marvel sycophants, of course, go after him as though like Marvel movies should win an Academy Award, and like that isn't special effects or costume design, and it's like, what that part? You're like, calm down.
I would say Iron Man 3 deserves it.
For
Iron Man
well,
3?
like what possibly like
Finally,
director-
Iron Man 3 is a masterpiece. It's the best Marvel movie there has ever been. Probably will ever be. It does so much interesting character stuff in so many interesting ways, and I don't know why people, like everyone is wrong about it.
Well, I it is high up there for me personally.
It is probably one of the top 2 for sure in this. And I'm not a huge Marvel fan. I will give you that for sure. Yeah.
And I would also say that
I'm a huge Marvel fan. If Marvel is listening,
It's definitely the best Iron Man movie. I will give it that 100%. But I mean, it's better than most of the Marvel movies. I also agree with. My guess is I think I admire what they accomplished with the whole phase 1 through 4 shebang.
Did you mean to say?
Oh, no.
With
like Ang Lee's?
Yeah.
No, Ang Lee's Hulk.
Masterpiece.
See, Ang Lee's Hulk, I feel like, is the misfire that shouldn't have been a misfire. I think I'm stunned.
Agreed.
Ang Lee's right. It's like it should have been good, and the ideas in it are brilliant, and it is interesting. I mean, if you want to like put that in quotes, I will 100% agree with that.
I think it is some of the most dynamic character work in the entire execution of the Marvel IP. Like some of the character work's just phenomenal. Mm-hmm. As a whole, is it a pie I would bring home and eat continuously? No.
The Marvel universe, the Marvel Cinematic Universe, big air quotes because it does at this point function like episodes of television. Which by the way starts with Winter Soldier, a pile of garbage. But the Marvel Cinematic Universe is now a big enough thing that it will be studied forever as like something that no one had ever done before.
Right.
In the same way that like people used to shit on Keeping Up with the Kardashians, but if you reframe that as a long form documentary about a period of Kanye West's life, it is fascinating.
Yes.
Okay, I like that. All right,
yeah.
I also think just a tangent here in terms of sort of IP execution. I think what Uslan did with Batman's IP is another one of those sort of case studies that's going to be discussed.
When like the first Tim Burton one, you mean like how he took it from the TV show and
how he got the IP,
right?
And, the whole series of how he got there, then to execute it in the way that he executed that, and now it's still being just his show, for lack of a better term, in many ways.
He did nothing creative with it. He got a law degree.
Agreed.
Comics for man.
But he was the one to excavate it from the TV show style.
Sure,
he shopped it for like a decade, and no one would make it because they wanted the Biff Bam Pow, and they were like, "No."
In terms of the business and the business side of sort of just taking that IP from not nothing, but from nearly nothing, and just making it a sort of worldwide kind of phenomenon. It's another one of the case studies.
And giving it to Tim Burton, who at the time was a huge fucking risk. He was not.
Yeah.
I mean, that movie basically made him what he, in terms of, and now I'm talking about this from like a studio executive standpoint. Believe me, I'm
I disagree with that though, because the studio executives are not aware of that it's going to be a dark, gritty Batman. They're not keyed into that. They are looking at Batman like the Adam West Show, like Super Friends, and they're seeing Tim Burton has had this massive success with Pee-wee's Big Adventure.
Mm-hmm.
And they're thinking that Batman's going to be another one of these. And like, I would also argue, like, what Burton does with Batman in that first film sucks buttholes. It's so boring. Like, it establishes a lot of things. There are bits that are good, but the actual, like, the direction of the film is really run-of-the-mill and does none of the things that Burton does.
Yeah. I give you that, absolutely.
Is a visual feast. Batman Returns, I've recently rewatched Batman Returns. Well, I've recently rewatched Batman Returns 33 times. So I'm, like, very in on that film.
Of course.
But, like, yeah, the first Batman film kind of sucks.
The only thing I will disagree with that, the one thing I will say, like, Batman Returns had by far the more interesting script and the better script. Like the story,
Yeah.
the characters, the design work, obviously they had more creative freedom and they were able to take that. And also Burton was finding his true aesthetic, which, you know, I think Batman Returns is one of those early first movies where it's like this is what we're getting from Burton going forward, pretty much from that point on.
They
Whereas
refined
Batman
it
was
in
like
Batman Returns. Yeah.
right. That first Batman was like a half step towards what he was going to discover in Batman Returns. But I will say that first Batman, in many ways, it was like so many movies stole less from Batman Returns, more from Batman the original, like the Dick Tracy movie, like that concept of that high pulp, right, where the main character is kind of boring. Like that is sort of the approach where they're like, you're the hero. What, like, no one actually gives a shit about you. Just be present as a presence.
Right.
And beyond that, it's everything else that we're here to be interested in.
Right, but that's studios taking every wrong lesson from Batman. Like the success of Batman made everyone go, like, rather than say, can we make superhero films? They went, I guess the audiences want 1930s style pulp heroes, and they make The Shadow and they make Dick Tracy, and they're fucking bombs. I mean, Dick Tracy is like a weird, interesting film because of the Warren Beatty interviewing himself as Dick Tracy things, what have you. But like, I don't know. It was like they misfire on everything, and then you get Darkman because like Raimi can't get The Shadow, and Darkman rules, and then
I agree with that. I personally like Dick Tracy. I do think it's like the Ang Lee Hulk. It's a misfire, but it's it's a very interesting, like, well worth seeing misfire. Like there's so much to pick apart in that movie, but
the
so much
palette alone, the scenic design, it's great. You know, it's
and then of course everything changes with X-Men, but like even X-Men is still like apologizing for being a comic book movie. Every single time.
I don't even like the first X-Men. I didn't at the time. It was one of the best things we'd gotten up to that point, so it's like we admired it for that, which I think describes the first Batman too. I was young when it came out, but I saw it in the theater. And I remember it was just like, it was everything I always wanted comic book movies to be. At the time, I don't think I could have imagined them coming out differently, which is probably the limitation of imagination at the studios and the people who are working on it too. And I'm glad we evolved out of it. I'm glad we have some movies that have gone past that point and done something else with it. But it was such a trailblazer for, what was it, 88, 89, whatever year that came out?
89?
Late 80s. Yeah. Like, it just, I remember being floored by it. And that probably, I'm biased now because of how affected I was at that, moment.
You're a little older than me, right?
I think so. 45.
Okay, so you're like 5 years older than Homer Simpson, just for the record. It's a thing. I'm really happy I found out recently. I'm 38, which Homer Simpson has been 38.1 for most of my life, and I just found out they aged him up in season 18, and I'm so happy that I'm younger than him again.
You're still not Homer Simpson age now. Yeah.
I wish I could do a Matthew McConaughey impression, but like the thing I like about Homer Simpson is I get older and he stays the same age. That is my Dazed and Confused reference for the evening. But like the whole thing with Batman for me was that I didn't know there had been a Batman movie when Batman Returns was announced. I would have been 7, and I started seeing the commercials for it, and I was like, "Holy shit, Batman's returning from somewhere! I didn't know he was gone. This is really exciting. I love Batman. He has a cape. I want a cape. I quite often run around with a towel pretending to be Batman. Like, this is very exciting to me." And I started like collecting like posters from magazines and cutting out articles about it, and I was like obsessed with this image of like the bat, the cat, and the penguin. And I was like, anything I could find about Batman Returns, I was like keeping. I had like a fucking, like, imagine a serial killer's wall of pictures for this movie as a 7-year-old. And then my mother says to me, she's like, "Hey Richard, Saturday night the film Batman is playing on television. You can stay up and watch it because you're clearly very into this Cape Crusader fella." And I stayed up and I watched it, and every commercial break, and I may be over dramatizing this for effect, but like this is how I remember it going. every commercial break, I walked into my room and tore down more of my Batman Returns things from my wall because I was so bored. I was betrayed by how fucking terrible Batman is. I've rewatched it since. Like, I never saw Batman Returns, by the way, until like recently. But I tore down every single thing. I rewatched Batman in June, I think, for the first time, and I really like so many parts of it. But like, it is a boring film still, and there's no the ending makes no sense. The Joker has no mission, and I know the Penguin has no mission either. But like, once he stops wanting to be mayor, he just kidnaps a bunch of babies. But I don't care because it's the fucking Penguin, and I have a deep, complicated relationship with that man.
Right.
So, you know, I'm in it.
Well, and I totally will agree with, you know, looking back, it's been a while since I've seen any of those Tim Burton Batmans, but the first one is, compared to like where we've come with these movies too, like, it's slow, it's plotting, it's, you know, it certainly does, it's not fast paced by any stretch of the imagination.
No.
Its transitions from scenes are just like, end that scene, now we're in another one. Like, it doesn't have a feeling of it has a feeling of presence, might be the best word, where it's just like there's this weight to the whole movie where they're just like, it's Batman, and they're very intense about that. But everything else, there's like no real sense of momentum, or very little sense of momentum, very little sense of excitement. Like it feels very just plotting might be the best with D's, not T's, plodding.
Yeah.
But yeah.
All right.
So,
Next subject. We're done with Batman.
We've been on this page of the Kickstarter for a while.
I'm sorry I put him up now. Well, I will say one final note. Yes, Batman Returns is by far the superior Batman film.
Yeah, I think most people agree with that these days. I think it's age,
including the Dark Knights and the subsequent ones.
I would make the argument that Batman Forever also rules, but that's because I didn't watch Batman or Batman Returns when I saw Batman Forever, and I was so excited by this like kick-ass soundtrack and the fact that that Two-Face, by the way, he has two half faces. His name should be one face mathematically.
There you go.
He shields his face with a manila folder and doesn't get acid on one half of it, and I think that rules. Also, it's that thing, like I always say, the difference between Batman and someone who owns a Batman costume is lighting. Batman in daylight in a courtroom is the funniest thing in the world to me.
I agree with that. Yeah, I remember I actually really dug, I have not rewatched it in forever, but that was another one that, like, for whatever reason, that first Joel Schumacher one, I'm like, this is great. I didn't question it. I was just like, I'm in. This is awesome. Batman and Robin, it finally lost me.
But see, Batman and Robin had that Smashing Pumpkins song. It's not available anywhere else. You got to get that soundtrack.
Oh.
Or the Watchmen soundtrack if you want the deeper version of it.
Oh, cool. Yeah, soundtracks were such a real... I feel like they're not a real thing anymore with movies.
They're not... You occasionally find them, like... some of them have
amazing needle drops, but they're usually needle drops of like real, like, you know, all the songs already. You really don't need the soundtrack, you know. The
Empire Records soundtrack has recently become available as an album on Spotify. As opposed to just like a playlist missing some things.
Right.
It is now. I will say this: it is missing "Circle of Friends" by Better Than Ezra, but that's okay because I already have that in my saved songs.
Interesting.
Good enough.
Tank Girl sounds.
Yeah.
There are some good soundtracks. I have the original release CD of the Tank Girl soundtrack, and it says in big letters across the front, "Produced by Courtney Love." And then I bought the reissued vinyl in 2018, and it says in tiny letters on the back, "Produced by Courtney Love."
All right, let's talk about Tank Girl. No, joking.
Happily.
Tank Girl's amazing. I still stand by that.
It is.
I love that movie.
Tank Girl is kick-ass.
By the way, please note that Tank Girl and Serenity have the same plot. No one ever talks about it.
I've never seen Serenity, so that
don't bother. It sucks. Just like Tank Girl.
I've never like, you're talking about the Firefly feature film, right?
Yeah.
Serenity. Yeah. I've never seen. I tried watching Firefly. I hated it, so I couldn't.
And what is
couldn't
this
even
flaw,
get into
Richard?
it.
The plot.
Oh, plot. I thought you said
Plot.
okay.
Yeah.
It has the same plot, not the same flaw. Yeah.
Yeah, it has the same flaw in that I can't remember what happens in them. No, it's the whole like we have to invade this thing. We've become friends with some people who we thought were our enemies. Now we're going to disguise our thing as the enemy's thing and fly in undetected. Unfortunately, in Serenity, Malcolm McDowell is not there and does not have a hologram for a head.
Right.
That movie rules.
All right.
All right.
So here's my best reward.
Yes, I like this reward.
I realize a lot of people were doing the like, for $300 I will draw you into my comic, and it's like, well, I don't want that. And no one wants to be in Haunted Hill because everyone in it's a fucking sloppy dirtbag. So for for $10 extra or as a $10 add-on, you get a certificate guaranteeing that I will never draw you into Haunted Hill.
Which I appreciate. I think that's a great. I might have to reevaluate my reward to get that, just to have a certificate that explicitly says it. And Richard, you're probably an asshole enough. You give me the certificate and then draw me in anyway.
I would never do that. I would never break a contract. I almost finished law school.
There you go. So there you go, guys. Yeah, his written word is his bond.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
All right, and some more. These are the more colorful, imaginative pages. I do love what you did here. That's really beautiful.
Yeah.
I like to go, like, when I go into the surrealist imaginary stuff, or when Eva's describing things, we're just doing these flights of fancy. I just like to play with what I can do within the limitations of like markers and ink on a page.
Right.
You know, there's obviously a world where digitally I could just drop in a fucking space background and fine. But I think that art is when you see the limitations of the tools or the limitations of the person. And this shows both.
Right.
Yeah.
Although, I mean, that's what makes art so. And the thing, like with the entire AI discussion and whatnot, where it's like, yes, it can produce something that looks like it took a long time, kind of, sorta, but even just the knowledge that a person didn't really make that, like, my brain, I'm like, so then why do I care? Like, it's not that interesting. Whereas if a person did that, it's like, but how? Like, I can't do it. And so if I can't do it, if I can't pick up these tools and do the same thing, or it would take me an insane amount of time to figure out how to do the same thing, that is where it becomes like worth ogling, worth owning, worth looking at. That's the whole point. So
that's the X factor, right? It's the amount of skill, time, the ingenuity, the toiling, the errors that go into, the final product. So those are the things.
Well, but you know what it takes too, or you know how hard it is because you can't, like, you've either attempted it or you just know your brain doesn't go there. And so that's part of the allure. That's part of why we love these things, and why, because I mean, most people are moved by art. Most people have there's the styles that don't speak to them and the styles that do. But everyone to some degree or another is into it. And it's because I think subconsciously, at the very least, we understand what we're looking at in terms of like another human being made that and we couldn't do the fucking same. And that's why we want to just stop where we are and take it in and appreciate it. Whereas if that part is missing, it just, I don't know. I miss how people can be excited about it otherwise.
The difference between things being alive or dead. Like, you look at this page and you can probably make 13 guesses as to places where I tried to do something and what I tried to do didn't work, so I adapted it into something else.
Right.
It's that like the work is being made as I go rather than the work is being made once the prompt is put in.
Right.
No page I've ever drawn, no page anyone has ever drawn looks like how it looked in their head when they started. And I mean, this is why I think that like digital art is fine. Like, people can do digital art, I guess, if they really want to. But I always think that you should learn to draw with a pen and paper, because learning to draw, learning to adapt to your fuck ups, learning that you can't undo something is so fundamental to like how art is created. And when you can always tell when you see someone who has learned to draw digitally, because they've been able to undo endlessly until they get something that's technically right, and they end up with artwork that looks dead. And AI looks more dead than that.
Oh yeah.
Agreed.
God, yes.
Agreed.
And I think just texture wise, like it's so AI, and I know they're getting better, and maybe there will be a day when AIs can give a texture of something that looks like it was handmade. And I know there is plenty of digital art that, you know, is technically not handmade at all, in terms of like physical media. But even digital art that's made by people, there's still, again, maybe it's the trial and error thing. Maybe it's like you can see the painstaking way they've assembled these pieces one thing at a time that creates this holistic image.
It's that they've done a line and they've looked at it and gone, fuck, that's wrong. And then gone, oh, but maybe. And then done something different than they were planning to do. AI can't have that moment.
Right.
That the change of decision. AI can't take your prompt and change its mind.
Right.
I mean, for me, it's you could take two artists who are educated, trained in the same style, give them the same prompt in a vacuum, and you're going to come up with two vastly different. Give them the same set of tools, you're going to come up with two vastly different products. And that, I think, it's about the individual signature of the artist that comes through their mistakes, through their inspiration.
Well, and you can see why companies love AI and love the promise of AI, because that's what they want. They want to give you the prompt, and it's like, you can't change your mind. Like you can't
because they're looking
working
for
on it.
Right.
Well, they're looking for exactly what they asked for. Like,
but that's the embodiment of perfection. Yeah.
But until they know what they want, that won't work. There's no executive who's saying, I want my advertisement to look like this. If they had that image in their head, then they would learn how to fucking do it themselves.
Right. Well, and
I mean, honestly, that's why AI is so attractive, I think, to most of the industry sort of behemoths and companies, is because that does become an executable kind of machine for them to say, these are the references, these are the crosshairs, this is, these are the parameters, and you can enter that into AI to a certain degree and get close to that goal than you would working with an artist who has inspirations that you don't actually know about.
Although it's interesting, one of the things that the writer's strike was all about is one of the practices that was starting to crop up is that companies would use the AI for the first pass on a script. And they'd be like, write me a script that's da-da-da-da-da. And the AI would spit it out. And then they'd go to human writers to actually make it work and make it better. Right. The problem is they wanted to claim that the AI script was the original, so they didn't have to pay anybody or royalties or claim that they were the first to write it. The writer's strike, they won that battle. And now they'll say that anything made by an AI cannot be considered the original. It can only, they can use it if they want to, but the first human writer to touch it is going to be the OG writer of that thing. Yeah. So that's one of the things they had to duke it out for.
I mean, I think there are two things that really made the studios give in on that. The reason that the writers won that is one, it was deemed that AI scripts couldn't be copyrighted, so the studio wouldn't actually tell the story. And two, I think they had 100 and something days to try and, I mean, you saw all the ads out there for we're looking for someone to be our AI person for $900,000 a year. They had 100 days to find someone who could write the right prompt that would make it write a usable script, and they couldn't get one.
Right.
And they realized we're actually fucked without writers, without fucking human brains who can come up with stories.
Right. Well, but to your point, Richard, of they don't know what they want. They think they do and they don't. And they know it when they see it, but at the same time, they know it. They can figure out this is what we think we want. We're going to ask for it, but then you've got to send it back, and then we're going to send you back to work on it some more. And I think their sweet spot was they thought they could use the AI to kind of get the bare bones of what they wanted, so that was locked in, and then they could get a human writer to tweak that and find the places to make it yet better and make it more what they wanted. And human writers, you always run into that. The human writer starts to work on it, and then they'll keep changing their mind as they're going, because in their head, this is better. And so they're like, okay, it's one thing, they're writing it in their voice. So that becomes, something they've got to somehow adapt to so that their voice is working with whatever it is they're actually pumping out. But I think the studios hate that in a certain way, is they don't want to be surprised. They don't want you to come back with your completely relatively different version of what they gave you, or at least they think they don't want that. They really wanted you to just come back with exactly what they asked you. And I think they'll always believe that, no matter how many times that never actually works.
Yeah. The executives will never buy into the truth that ambitious failure is always better than mediocre success.
Yes. Right.
I mean, we talked earlier about Oz the Great and Powerful, a film that I challenge you to find a quantum physicist who can find evidence that film was made. Like there are no atoms left of that film in consciousness, and it was a film that was absolutely certainly it's a film that had lawyers on set to make sure they didn't infringe on the imagery of Wizard of Oz. Like it on paper should be a massively successful. I mean, by the way, it was a very successful film. So I guess I'm sort of wrong on that, but it didn't last. They're not making there is no Oz franchise,
right?
And that's what they want. They want the safe thing. And like I was looking today, for anyone watching this later, just to timestamp this is being recorded September 10th, 2001, and this is today, like the Marvels. This is a terrible joke. Sorry, I'm thinking a lot about James Cameron today because the funniest fucking thing in the world happened. James Cameron released a video on Twitter.com where he announces that The Abyss is being re-released in theaters in 4K. And he says, and for anyone who's seen it, anyone who hasn't seen it, please see it. It's a very special film. For anyone who has already seen it, please see it again. This is a film that you're seeing the film for the first time the way I intended it to be seen. There are a lot of surprises in there for you. And then he says, completely earnestly, this is my first ocean film. And there is something so funny about James Cameron describing The Abyss as his first ocean film. That was when I was in my ocean period. That was when I was doing ocean films. Now, by the way,
which he's never left, by the way.
By the way,
which is, I think, the thing.
James Cameron's first film was Piranha 3D, which I would say was a fucking ocean film. But all right, you, James.
I think it's his deep submerged ocean film. Like under the ocean.
I know. We all thought he'd hit rock bottom when he was on Entourage, but then he went even deeper. There's a I don't know if it's Ghosts of the Abyss or Aliens of the Deep, whatever it is. One of the two documentaries where he goes to the Titanic. They lose one of the submarine robots that's going through the ship, and they're all having this like very sad time because they can't find their fun robot friend. And then James Cameron is like, well, hang on, can I see if I can find it? And they're like, sure. And he sits down and he goes, oh, this is just like a helicopter controls. This is easy. I was like, fuck you, James. But he goes and he finds it. He rescues the little robot and brings it back. And then he's doing his like diary cam thing. And keep in mind, he's deep underwater, okay? He's been deep underwater for a grip at this point. He doesn't fucking know what's going on in the world. And he goes, we did something really important today, and I think this is a day that'll be remembered forever. It is September 11th, 2001. And it's my favorite thing that, like, because they could have cut that. They didn't have to put that in the film. So many people had to look at that and go, yeah, leave it in. James Cameron.
But this is the September 11 that people are going to remember forever.
Wow. So sorry, that's why my 9/11 joke happened. Anyway, what I was saying was, right now it's the Monday after the first weekend of the Marvels being released, and everyone is shitting on it, and everyone's like, oh, it failed. It's the lowest Marvel number since Tuesday. Whatever the fuck, who cares? There's a Marvel movie every other day. And it's always bad faith arguments, and it's always stupid. And I haven't seen the Marvels, and I probably won't see the Marvels because I'm time is finite. Well, life is finite, I guess. And the thing is, it's November. It's a family movie that they're releasing a month before Christmas. This is the film, like they're just doing the thing that film studios do, where they release a family film a month before Christmas, and it becomes this weird multiplier because everyone has to go out with their families in the lead up to Christmas, and everyone will fucking see the movie.
If it stays, if they keep it in the theater for a month and more, like it's just going to keep expounding. Yeah. 100%.
Yeah, this is going to be my big fat Greek Marvels, and it's just going to do fucking bank. But like, who knows? I mean, maybe theater going habits have changed since COVID, whatever. But like, it's when people make these arguments that this isn't going to work because it failed in its first 3 days. It is a terrible world we live in, where the average person knows box office numbers, and that is the whole
Agreed.
That they care about the box office numbers, right? That they're tracking them like industry professionals, which are the only people that should be tracking that shit.
I think it's like the tipping point for me is when we used to all talk about when you went to a convention and you'd get your pass, and then you'd want a lanyard to put your pass on before they gave them out with them automatically, and you'd say, "Does anyone have one of those that like a neck that like a thing you clip the clippy thing to that goes around your neck, and you hang the thing from around your neck that hangs on the thing?" And people will go, "Oh yeah, we kind of know what you mean." And then we learned the word lanyard, and then the world got worse. And then we learned the word trope, and things got worse. These are special words kept for other people. Now, all the people on this page should not buy certificates. They're all in Haunted Hill forever. It's Barbara Dillon, Bryant Dillon, Tilly Bridges right there.
Yeah, I recognize those two.
Tilly's the one facing away, and she's eating the largest ice cream.
Oh, this one right here? You have the glasses now? Yep. And the certificates will not work retroactively, I'm assuming. You're not going to read all these pages for them.
Travis Webb will be in Haunted Hill forever in issue 11. You can't do anything about it. And also, the person that Eva is named after will be in the book for. By the way, interesting thing. Since starting the book, I got to know Eva in real life, the girl she's named after. And my character is so similar to her. Just purely by accident. Like, the character of Eva is like if real life Eva and I went down a slide too fast together. On the day I posted, there's a scene in issue 12 where Eva eats leftover 7-Eleven pizza, then masturbates to some problematic stuff. And real life Eva saw it and called me and was like, "How did you fucking know?" I'm offering no more clarity on that.
All right. Well, that is, guys, and of course the add-on. So Richard's got a lot of books. So 4-Color Heroes, Haunted Hill Volume 1, of course, is here. Octopus, of course, is here. Too Hot for Octopus is here.
That's great.
Yeah, which is all the stuff that was you sort of excised out of the main Octopus, correct, Richard?
No, it's a follow-up to Octopus where I offer context, background, and updates on where the 7 villainous men of Octopus have ended up.
I don't think I quite tracked. Okay, cool.
It was meant to be.
That is cool.
It was going to be like a little 16-page thing with like just a couple of pages and some illustrations about each of the men, just so like where are they now kind of thing. And then it turned into a 44-page handwritten prose piece with light illustrations telling the full backstory, beginning with me jerking off to Grandpa Munster as a child, all the way through to me revealing to my former co-writer that I was writing a memoir and him having a little tantrum about it.
Very nice. And Ghost. Is this?
Love it.
How long have you had this? This is the first time I've seen this one in all your Kickstarters. Maybe I just wasn't paying attention, but this feels weirdly new to me, though I'm sure the stories are not new. So
this is 31 years old.
No,
it's the first comic I ever published.
Yeah, okay.
It's an 8-page comic about a ghost struggling with invisibility and loneliness. And the first issue was made and published when I was 7. And then the second issue, when I found a copy of the original published comic in a backpack soaked in cat piss under the stairs of my mother's place when I was 26, 27.
Lovely.
and I redrew the first issue. Same layout, same text, everything's the same, but just drawn by a 27-year-old.
Gotcha.
And then I ended up doing 9 more issues of it. And then Tara Madison Avery from Stack Deck Press reached out when I moved to the US and said, hey, can I publish Ghost out here? And she asked if I could do 1 more issue of it. So it's all 11 Ghost issues in 1 volume for $13.
Nice. Fucking A. All right. I might have to reevaluate my pledge here.
You got to get a certificate. You got to get a Ghost. You got to get a 2
Ghost. Exactly. I don't have horror shorts either. Is this all you, or are you just in? Oh yeah.
Just don't get horror shorts yet, because I'll tell you this: there's very few copies left of the first printing was black and white, and I'm going to be launching a horror shorts 2 in March, because I've done enough short horror pieces for a horror shorts 2, and so I'm going to reprint 1 and print 2 at the same time and do it all in color. So just hold off on that one.
There you go. Heard it here first, guys.
And when is that coming again?
My corn cob story. It's a horrifying book.
Right. Told us about the corn cob the last time. All right. Well, that is Haunted Hill, volume 1 through 2, folks. He is well past funded, 83 backers, but we got 7. We got 1 more week to go.
It's a real soap opera. I love it.
Let's keep going. Definitely get yourself both volumes if you haven't gotten either, because you're going to want both. And then the certificate, if you never want to be drawn into Richard's comics, I highly recommend that. You don't want to be drawn into Richard's comics. And you never know, because
it's just Haunted Hill. You could be drawn into anything else. Just Haunted Hill.
Oh, okay. There we go.
Click on the update. Look at the latest update. I want people to see the door hanger. If we hit 3,000, everyone gets this door hanger, which will be so. Yeah, if you back by tomorrow morning,
yes.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
The high quality plastic reusable door hanger.
Very nice.
Absolutely.
Holy shit. All right. That's cool.
All right.
Are you guys still live? Hey, Blake.
Blake.
Are you done with Blake just did a live stream with fucking Matt Wagner of Mage and Grendel, and I mean so many other things. Those are the 2 that I know him best from, but and Kelly Jones, the artist. So I mean, I joked before we started this show. I'm like, do you want to watch 2 comic legends talking to this guy about their whole career, or do you want to come in here and talk about dicks and dildos and like desperate Hollywood characters?
I didn't even mention the dildos cover. Because in the first book, I did a cover that broke the record for most dicks on a comic cover ever.
That's right.
With 29. And so for the second one, I did Eva in the Pit of 1,001 Dildos. It's blurred on the campaign, obviously, but it's Eva joyously falling backwards into a broad range of dildos.
Right. Is that
here
it is. This one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there it is.
So you gotta look closely, but it's there. But everyone, Blake from Blake's Buzz, if you want to go, it was a live stream, so it's probably recorded and it's there. So head over to Blake's Buzz on YouTube, and you will be able to find his Matt Wagner, Kelly Jones. Highly recommend that. I mean, look at this guy. Dildos.
He is dildos from Blake Thomas.
He is someone you're going to want to watch. Let's put it that way.
Now, when are we getting an official Blake's Buzz dildo? I'm trying to, by the way, the cover for Volume 1 of Haunted Hill is
the stinging dildo, right?
The stinger. We call it the stinger.
Double-ended. I want to do a. I was at a store the other day, probably at Kmart or something, and there was a big like fisting hand that you could buy, and it was like it looked exactly like the hand from the cover of Haunted Hill 1. I was like, if I could find a rubber donut that I could clip onto that, I could sell that. Like have that at conventions of like buy the live, like the real sculpture of cover number 1.
A marketing genius.
Oh my goodness. All right. Let's take down the. So I am on like my final sip of the main wine that I'm going to pair it with, and then I'm going to finish it, and I've already got a backup bottle. So I'm going to talk about my wine right away, so I can finish this last sip, and I can actually. I didn't bring a second glass. That was dumb of me. I should have brought the second glass so I could have been sipping it while holding on.
We just bring a second wine. We're just thankful you didn't bring a second wine this time.
It's like adding flavor to a cast iron pan. You just cook more in it.
This is true.
While you talk about your wine,
Blake Thomas Morgan says, "If I could find a rubber donut, that's the dream."
I mean, what do you think I should do? Like make like Haunted Hill dildos or Haunted Hill fleshlights?
What are the choices again?
Dildos or fleshlights?
Haunted. I'm gonna go with flesh. Well,
yeah, I mean, yes, you would probably go with a fleshlight. I understand.
but even because
it's a little more unique, I suppose. Like, like everyone and their sister's got a dildo, right? So it's like you gotta go with the fleshlight. Or is fleshlight more common?
Double, one in dildo, one in fleshlight.
Oh, like just a dick.
Oh, wait a minute. We've got to extrapolate. Aren't fleshlights dildos?
No, they're not. A dildo goes into you. You go into a fleshlight.
Huh?
Did you not get that question on SAT prep?
Could do a reversible.
Sex ed SAT prep. I mean, see, that's the thing. Sex ed really doesn't teach us that much, does it?
I mean, look, I learned all I know on the streets or in Andrew's tent. All right, Dave, you talk about wine. Dallas, talk about wine. I'm going to pee and come back, but I'll be able to hear you talk about wine.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. So my primary wine that I paired with Haunted Hill, and this is something that Dallas likes to say, is that there are kind of two ways you can go, or one of the ways that he likes to do it, and I've never done this before, but I'm doing it this time. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. We got another comment by Blake here, which is, look, it's been a while, but I do remember how penetration works. I just thought the device was one and the same.
You're telling on yourself, Blake.
You have to get more into practice. I know you don't have a lot of downtime these days, Blakes, but you need more downtime so you can play around with these things and figure them, then you're going to come prepared to these discussions and be like, oh, I know what a fleshlight is. That's like, right. That's 7 p.m. for me every night. It's cool. All right. So wine wise, what I did this time is something that Dallas has done in the past, but I've never done before, which is find a wine that you think the characters in the comic would drink, where you are in the comic with them. And it really is, I think, when it comes to fiction, a good way to take that whole vista, like the whole feeling, the aesthetic, the tone of the comic. Wait a minute. God damn it. I'm never going to get this wine out. Travis Gibb. Don't you need Richard to interview Richard?
I like the I'm.
Really?
I know I'm.
His legend looms large.
I'm a don't need Richard. Don't you need Richard to interview
His
Richard? Well,
very large.
It's true if we wanted to interview Richard, but we mostly talk on this show.
Now,
so
I do have like a number of Richard bobbleheads that I could put in place of me, so no one would notice I was gone.
That'd be cool. Yeah, you should definitely do that whenever you have to,
Absolutely.
We'll be right back. Like, just stick that in. You walk
just
off.
Agreeable, Richard.
Exactly, and don't even say anything. Don't to us, the host. Don't say anything. Just put your bobblehead in and see if anyone notices. Just like walk off. Richard's. And then we've got one more. Oh, yeah, but Richard's interactions extends like edging. Oh, goodness.
No.
There we go. Oh, the monster.
Wow. Yeah. Oh, that's fantastic.
Call back.
That's just for sex. I shouldn't have put it on interviews.
By the way, Blake, I fully agree with that last comment.
Well, I missed Blake's last comment. Don't you need dildos to interview?
Back on the screen.
He's trying to go for 7 hours a day alone. So yeah, you're spot on.
There you go. All right. So the wine, the characters in Haunted Hill. Now this is mostly I'm thinking like Volume 1 is the one I was a little more familiar with coming into this. Not that too much changes into Volume 2, but especially Volume 1. I was thinking about those younger kids and Eva herself, and I went with a Trader Joe's Carmenere from the Maule Valley, Chile. This was, I don't quite remember the price point on this. It was either $7, $8, or $9.99, but either way, technically under $10. So it's under $10. It is a Carmenere from Chile, which this particular Carmenere normally it's a little bit, it's got some nice dark, it's got some depth to it, but it usually has pepperiness. It's got a nice high acidity, some decent tannins. This ain't got none of that shit. This Carmenere is just kind of cloying and sickeningly sweet, and it's got some it's got the depth to it, but it is, so you can see in the glass, normally in a wine, the redder it is, the more acidity it has, the more purple it is, the more neutral it is, and this is a pretty goddamn purple wine.
Okay.
Yeah, it's got a touch of red left in it. There's a teeny bit of acidity, but it's closer to neutral, which means without that acidity, without the pepperiness, this was an overripe Carmenere when they picked the fucking thing. This is probably why it's nice and cheap. So you get kind of this, not that they kept any sugar in it, literal sugar, but it is like you can drink one glass of this and it's very pleasant. You're like, oh yeah, okay, it's nice, it's fruity, it's coating my mouth, that's nice. The second glass, you are like, I don't know about this anymore. And finishing the second glass is always a bit of a struggle on this guy, because it is just, it's that cheap wine that you're like, it's what you're going to get late at night. Not that Trader Joe's is open late at night, but if you had it like at home, you're like, this is what I'm cracking open for these people that I'm hanging out with tonight. Let's put it that way. And we're all going to drink this. And as the night wears on, you are feeling it less and less, and you're ready to call it a night and go home, but it just keeps going. I feel like if you are a character in Haunted Hill, that night is like trying to drink this whole bottle in that night, and just you keep going with it, but you are fatiguing more and more as you keep going through that bottle. And it's not it's not unpleasant in like a sharp way, or like it's not a punch you in the mouth way. It's just that it just settles, and like I said, it starts to get cloying. And this wine really, to me, just embodies everything about that night for those characters, where they're all slowly getting more frustrated with each other, less able to deal with each other. Their adventures kind of lead somewhere and kind of don't. And as that goes on as well, like every once in a while, they get this moment where they're like, ooh, something exciting is happening. I think we're into this night again. And then, 10, 15 minutes pass, and it's like, no, I'm going to leave you where you are. I'm going to go out. I'm going to walk away. The night has that whole kind of vibe and ebb and flow to it. So, and I'm going to get us all. Oh, no. Wait. I missed yet another. No, I missed yet another one. I'm going to steal this. This is for sex, not interviews. Like, oh my God. I'm pretty sure the pepperiness, it's a fleshlight. The pepperiness, the fleshlight I just ordered. I'm going to get us all canceled.
Oh, yeah, get it all. Yeah, you are.
I'm a quarter lit. A quarter lit. Sure. We're buying that.
Okay.
We're buying that.
We'll say this private. No one's listening. Should we just invite Blake on?
Blake, would you like to come on?
He's literally already here.
If you sound off, I will shoot you the link on Discord, and you can come join us.
Actually, I need to leave in like 10 minutes. So, Blake,
you want to take Dallas's place and be the co-host on the Wine and Comics Pairing Show for however much longer? Let's fucking go. All right, we are doing it. So, Dallas, hold on until I bring Blake on, but let me.
By the way, for all of the men, and it is exclusively straight cis men who do this, who say "let's fucking go" on Twitter, but they put multiple O's to imply they're saying "go."
Right.
All it reads
Right.
is "let's fucking goo," which is also my catchphrase at the sex clubs.
Goo.
I just need you to all know that,
baby.
Let's fucking goo.
Let's go.
Goosh goo. Something.
Let's goo. Let's goo.
I want to be really clear. I did tell, like last time I was on, I told the story about the Haunted Hill Cardboardia mix-up in the interview I did.
Damn it. Hold on.
What do we got? Uh-oh, guys froze. Hold on. We're having technical difficulties.
I'm trying to get this link to Blake, but I just
Blake,
Facebook turned it into a Facebook link, and I'm like, God damn it, Facebook.
Wait, did you just post it to everyone on Facebook? Everyone's going to join us?
Don't think that'll work.
Where are you based,
Oh,
Blake,
is he there?
by the way?
Hold on. I think I just heard him pop in. I think I just heard him poop in. Boom!
Let's fucking go!
Finally, the crossover.
Welcome,
Blake.
Yeah,
No
Dallas
one's
has never met
ever
Blake.
gonna invite
So
me
this
on
is-
their show again after this.
Yeah, I've never met Blake. I know I've heard a lot about
Yeah, oh
this,
yeah,
but-
Dallas. Yeah, Dallas. I've watched you from afar, but I've never seen you before.
How's it going, bud?
I'm good, man. Dave was like, "We'll bring Blake in to replace Dallas." I'm like, "I'm way too not good looking and pale to do that." But yeah, all right, fuck it, let's go.
Yeah, Dallas is really he's making us all look bad with like his he could be in a training simulator in the Matrix background.
Oh,
God.
Yeah, Dallas, did you read a lot of comics before you and Dave started doing this, or did Dave
I did
pull you
as
into
a
this?
kid. I did, and then I stepped away because I got bored with the just 90,000 iterations of every fucking thing. And, stepped back when Dave and I started the agency. God, what, 14 years ago? It was all indie
So that's
stuff,
when he got
we
back
were
in.
looking at.
Mhm.
Yeah, so we were all into the world of brand new creators, people who didn't have an audience, and sort of just trying to bring them to market. So a little bit of here, a little bit there, and yeah.
Nice, Richard. That sucks. You don't have an audience, man. What are you trying to do to fix that? I'm kidding. That was a joke. I'm sorry.
I mean, I keep tweeting at this guy Blake to see if he'll let me on his show again, and he's like, "No, I'm too."
The last time you came on, I told all my secrets. Now I don't have any secrets anymore.
He told us that was 7 hours.
Yeah,
it wasn't
7 hours.
We streamed for a while. I came out as okay. So like all right. So Richard's telling all these fucking crazy stories, and I admitted it. I was like, yeah, I think trans women are hot. They're fucking hot. And
That's
and then Richard kept talking, and I was like, all right, I'm bisexual. I never told anybody that. And Richard was like, what? And I was like, I was fucking drunk, but I wasn't lying, like, but I was just like, I was drunk, and Richard was telling stories, and I was just like, guess who knows the real me now? Whoever watches this fucking live stream.
And it was amazing. It was because, by the way, Blake, like since that interview, it was the same week as that. You came out on your live stream, and then a woman left her husband because she read Octopus.
Thank God.
And so I was like, I have written the most powerful comic of all time.
You're like, I am literally
That's right.
changing fucking lives. And also that night, I also came out to my parents after the live stream.
No.
Fucking hammered. No. And I was like, I stumbled up to my mom. I was like, hey,
Blake,
Mom,
Blake,
I'm bisexual. She was like, okay.
No.
Blake, you were lying right now.
Richard's going to correct you on this.
You came out to your parents during the live stream because you left me to vamp because you said, fuck, I should tell my family, and walked out.
What? And then I came back?
And you sat down and said,
wow,
they're fine with it. Cool. And then we got back to the interview.
I need to pull that recording because there's been a few times where I blacked out live streaming, guys. And
yeah.
I try not to do that anymore. I remember the first time it happened, it scared me. So, all right, I'm going to make the show about me now because that's what you fucked up. You had me on. So, the first time I ever...
You are a guest. It gets to be about you now. That you're not the host, man. You get to do whatever the fuck you want.
That's
crazy because I get to do that as a host, too. It's all about Blake all the time. No, the first time I ever went live, I was using Zoom and had Zoom ping into my YouTube and then coming back, and there was a 20-second delay in the YouTube chat, and I was totally by myself. I'd never been live before. I was so nervous. So I went in and we didn't have much alcohol. I had some black cherry gross vodka. So I chugged some black cherry vodka and Diet Mountain Dew because it was all I had. And I drank so much of it so fast. By the time the live stream started, I was feeling pretty good. And then 12 minutes into the live stream, I was like, I keep getting drunk. And I drank too much early fast. And it started hitting me as the live stream went through. and I did like an hour and 15 minutes by myself with one of the bigger audiences I've ever had in a live stream chat, right? Like people hung out
that's
with me.
the secret sauce.
That's
secret sauce.
Dallas, for a while, I used to drink pretty hard on my live streams, and then I took a break for 2 weeks just to make sure that like I could still be funny without it. And then they were like, all right, you're still pretty funny. And I was like, okay, I can keep drinking. It's not a problem. And anyway, yeah.
Kendrick is here, guys. Black cherry vodka.
You guys are like, I went to the store and picked out this wine that I really felt vibed with the narrative. And I was like, I was nervous. And I took this black cherry Mountain Dew and I poured it into the Diet Mountain Dew can and I drank it and it felt better about life. How are you guys tonight? This is my live stream. Welcome to blakesbuzz.com.
It is impressive that you have the URL though.
Yeah, you could go there, see all the campaigns I'm promoting and that people are paying me for right now. blakesbuzz.com. If you guys want some cool Kickstarters. Or if you want to download a free issue of Taft Sturgeon, go to blakesbuzz.com.
We're here to talk about Hard Hill.
It's your fault.
David Hassan.
Oh shit, David followed me.
Wait.
Oh, no, I was a bouncer.
You were a bartender.
I was a bouncer, David. I was never cool enough to be a bartender.
Never
I was gonna say, were you a bartender too?
David is on
wow.
regular backer of my books. David,
Did you guys also know I went to grad school?
I was gonna say Blake did the opposite of a bartender. He kept people away from drinking. That was his job.
I wish. That would have made so many nights easier. But yeah, no, we are here. I'm here on an accident, but everybody else was here tonight talking about Richard's awesome book. I don't know if anybody's ever read a comic book by Richard, but it changes your fucking life.
No one ever has.
Literally. If we could just get he just keeps putting books out there, guys. If we could if everybody could just buy them. Why aren't Richard's books at Marvel? That's the question I want to, I just don't understand. Where's your Disney Plus show? Why don't you get your time in the sky?
I mean, Marvel's all about being woke and progressive, right? I mean, that's everyone's taking them over. So, Richard's the next step.
What's more progressive than knee deep in a hallway of cum at a sex party, fucking glory hole hallway?
Blake, slower.
By the way, Richard, I'm going to pitch you an idea. It's called Gory Hole, Gorey. Let your mind wander. I've been working on it for a while. I may need to elaborate. Just that's it. We'll circle.
At least got to draw it. He's got to draw it.
Nightmare Theater 3 is live on Kickstarter right now, which, by the way, has 2 stories by me in it. And if it hits its stretch goals, a very sexy print available where you do see Grandpa Monster's rock hard dick.
Whoa.
That's
Look at for 2 stories in an anthology.
It's because when they did volume 2, I'd done a story for them, and they reached out and they're like, Richard, some chuckle fuck did an uneven number of pages. Do you have a 1-page story we could use? And I was like, sure, I've got that. And so I did this little 1-pager about a glory hole.
I have seen Glorious with J.K. Simmons.
Yeah, I have
only as a voiceover, but it is glorious. Yeah. Yes, it is. Glory.
There's a Shudder horror movie too that came out last year called Glory or something that's about a glory hole in a bathroom.
I need to watch all of these.
Nope, that's the one, Blake. It's Glorious.
Oh, that's the same one?
That's the one.
Yeah.
You get one hole to stick your dick in, they're all the same after that, literally.
Do we get to see J.K. Simmons' fat hog?
Well, he's voicing the thing with
the hog.
Like an animated dick that talks with the voice of J.K. Simmons, jerk me to pictures of Spider-Man.
Yeah.
They're the menace. Nothing sexier than being called a menace while you're sucking someone off. I had these neighbors years ago who were now
I remember what it's like talking to Richard.
I had these neighbors who would we shared a wall with
Wine and Comics After Dark.
Wine and Comics After Dark. There you go.
This is Baywatch Nights, Wine and Comics edition. We had these neighbors that I shared a wall with, and they were really funny for a while until they got really maybe they killed someone, and it kind of got serious. But during the funny phase, they would have these great conversations in their backyard that I could hear from my office. And one day, these were the neighbors where there were 2 guys and 2 girls who lived there. I don't know if they were couples or what. I don't know what the dynamic was. But the 2 girls were in the backyard, and one of them was like, oh, by the way, this is a tangent from my tangent. This is not the main story. So, oh my God, you have to go to this guy to get your tarot reading done. He was able to predict when all of my abortions had been and when my next one would be.
What?
So, yeah. So they're amazing. They're my favorite neighbors. And one day, one of them was talking about how he does like a lot of like overnight, like long haul, like truck delivery drive. He works as a truck driver for long haul delivery stuff. This is back in New Zealand, so like long haul means like a 10-hour drive, not like a multiple day drive. And his friend's like, well, what do you do if you get like horny when you're driving? He's like, oh, I just Spider-Man it. And he said that as if that's a thing that we all just immediately understand and know what he means. And thank fucking God the other guy didn't know what he meant, because he said, what do you mean? And he said, you just jerk off in your hand and then you flick it out the window and yell Spider-Man like it's webbing.
What?
Yeah. No, but yeah.
Anyway, so I guess that's an argument for the organic web shooters, not so much the mechanical ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Though I did get an ad.
Although,
for a
is it
mechanical web
how
shooter
organic
the other
is
day.
it if you're putting it in your hand first and then pretending it comes from your hand?
Oh, no, this was here all along.
Right. It's like I'm shooting it from my hand, and it's like, no, I know where you got that from.
I had a friend who used to, if anyone smoked in a car, he would say, like, how would you feel if I jerked off in this car? And they'd say, like, well, I've got the window down a crack. He says, that's not going to work for me, though.
Wow.
Sorry, Blake. I
Real
didn't
quick,
mean to...
Blake, because I'm nosy. What the hell are you working on right now?
What am I working on?
Yeah. What are
Oh
you
my
working on?
God.
What's happening?
What am I not working on? I'm editing my first comic book editing credit is on Kickstarter right now for the Collective. I edited a short, our new Metal Ninja studio short in that. It's a really good looking, like 8-page comic. And then I'm editing. Oh, fuck it. Well, yeah, we're advertising it on Kickstarter. I'm line. Okay, so I'm not like an editor on this, but I'm line editing Black Ops' Queens of Dixie Volume 1. I'm doing that right now before it goes to print. They're a client at Metal Ninja Studios, the like Black Ops, Merc Publishing. They do these big Kickstarter campaigns. We run their Kickstarters. And so yeah, I got kind of promoted to like a I've been doing a lot of editorial stuff. Like I edit our Metal Ninja Studio blog, with our free education blog and stuff. And then I have to edit a Brian Mike. Let's name drop. I got to edit a Brian Michael Bendis interview. I was gonna do that tonight, but I'm probably feeling too good to do that now. And yeah, and then I
know that feeling,
right?
I have put my wine drinking if I'm not doing a show later and later in the night because I become useless too soon. And I'm like, I used to start editing while drinking, and then I'm like, I have too much to do. I stop. Or I just start marveling over, like, I just start watching the interview and I'm like, ha, 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 and I just love the interview. And I'm like, wait, I'm just watching it. I'm not editing. Fuck. I have to go back.
I know.
It's like me when I get too high and I'm watching anime. I'm like watching it and then I'm like, I haven't read a fucking deal of subtitle in 6 minutes. What is happening? But dude, I know I do the same. Do you guys tell yourself all the time? This is my like, I didn't do it tonight either. I keep telling myself I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna like, I'm gonna have a notepad or something, and good moments of the interview. I'm gonna jot down the time real quick, and then I'm gonna go back. Then I'm gonna go back later. And I'm gonna take this little minute clip, and then I'm gonna post it on YouTube and get famous like all the other little shithead 20-year-olds.
Yes,
and I never remember.
You did it once. You did it.
I did it once.
I watched you. I watched you do it.
I did it for Kevin Joseph too. I did it.
Yes.
I wrote a few down for Kevin Joseph.
That's
and
the
made
one,
him,
Kevin
made him
Joseph. I watched you do it once, and you're like, "I'm writing that down," and I was like, "Oh fuck, that's a good idea." I never thought of that, and then I still haven't done it. But yes, that's a brilliant idea.
What you don't know though is that every time what he wrote down was just now.
hungry, laughed.
Richard, what are you eating? Are these the chicken nuggets?
Yeah, I've just finished the chicken nuggets.
From where? Like
Very
homemade
nice.
or like frozen oven chicken nuggets or like McDonald's nuggets or
McDonald's,
Wendy's?
obviously.
Oh yeah, this question.
No,
There's a lot of-
McDonald's.
Oh yeah,
Nature-
he's so David's referring back to the Spider-Man.
Yep, I thought he was talking about nuggets. I was like, Nature's Web. I haven't
I know
had
where
those
you got
nuggets.
the, like, Nature's Web shooter and chicken nuggets. I would not honestly. That's
Correct,
yeah,
John
maybe.
W. Hour 3 is
I will
when the
say-
wine
Hour
takes
3 of
hold.
the show. That's when the wine takes hold.
I will say that McNuggets might be the only chicken nuggets that would make me Spider-Man.
Yeah, I got a confession to make, guys.
Okay.
A
That's
long
actually
time,
not true. Wendy's
Oh.
nuggets are better, I know, but
a long time ago, I swore off Chick-fil-A because I like they're assholes, and I was like,
Yes.
it also wasn't a
Speak-
huge deal to me too because I don't eat at Chick-fil-A a lot, so I was like, fuck that, I'm not ever eating at Chick-fil-A ever. And so I'm years into not eating it at Chick-fil-A, and I've been drinking a little bit less and smoking a little bit more lately, and meth, not weed, and
we didn't think you were a coward, Blake.
yeah, like I'm going all out basically, and you don't usually get hungry, but on the rare instances when you do, but I was a little lit up for breakfast the other day. I bought this this thing, right? And you just like carry it with you and you take a couple hits every now and then life's better. And it's like, wow. And but there's consequences that come with that. But so I do it. It's a little bit early. Like my cigarette smoking mentalities are coming back. I was taking a shit in the morning, guys. This is a true story. And I had this in my pocket, and I pulled it out of my pajama pocket, and I was like, "Oh, like I'll just get high taking my first shit of the day." And then I didn't do anything all day. Like, duh, should have figured that one out. Anyways, so that's the day I ordered Chick-fil-A, and I heard that it was one of the better fast food. I heard their biscuits. They were like fast food biscuits, like so. Anyways, and I was like, man. And then I was like, no, I'm gonna order it. I was like, I just won't tell anybody, which also didn't pan out. And I got some spicy chicken biscuits.
Case in point.
Like, holy shit, though. Like, I was like, man, like, how dare you? Like, it was so good. And I was just like, man, you just can't quit anything these days. They just like get you. But yeah. Anyways, I ate Chick-fil-A the other day, guys, and ordered it on the toilet. And
like, just so you know, that does make you a piece of shit. But I will
good.
say, if you want a real good life hack for Chick-fil-A, you can have the same Chick-fil-A experience by just donating directly to hate groups online.
Oh, nice. I was gonna join. Okay, so I don't know if this is a bad idea, right? But like, have you guys heard of Indiegogo? Like, Indiegogo is doing a lot of big money lately, right? And there's this group. This is Comicsgate group, right? And they're supposedly like an all-inclusive. This is a joke. This is a joke. Yeah, it's all right.
They're all inclusive if you buy into their manifesto. Then everyone can buy into the manifesto.
If you buy their special Kool-Aid packet, which might be G Fuel, because I don't know. I've been drinking a lot of G Fuel lately. It's making me have weird thoughts.
What if they're
all right?
By the way,
Blake,
and your boy Cole is here, Blake.
Oh yeah.
Which one's mid? I've talked about drugs.
He does talk about a lot of shit. I think maybe the meth, but it might have been when that comment
meth? Oh yeah, the meth is mid. Yeah.
No, he meant Blake. For the record, the Heaven's Gate people did not have Kool-Aid. They had Flavor Aid. They didn't even splurge for the name brand.
Oh my God. See, that's why you got to tax the fucking church, because then they just fucking they buy Always Save shit and save even more money. How dare
then they need to spend more so they can get the tax breaks,
yeah, and they also need to go to
then they can write it
Kickstarter
off.
and back Richard Fairgray's next graphic novel.
Yes, the church need to back my books. They'll love them.
Biscuits are the one thing David Hazan misses
That's
about
right.
the States.
There's going to be a day. There's going to be a day where I make I make buttermilk biscuits from scratch with biscuits and gravy, and there's going to be like
That's right.
few high profile
not?
comic book people. No,
You
I've
cook
made
a
this
lot,
before,
man.
but like
Oh, okay.
David Hazan's going to be in like Kansas City for a con, and like a couple people, and we're all going to party, and they're going to end up crashed at my house for one reason or another. Steve Orlando is going to be here as well in this fantasy, and we're all going to wake up, and I'm going to make everybody homemade biscuits and gravy from scratch on like the Sunday of the con. And it's going to be like a magical experience. And this is going to happen one day. And I'm just putting it out there. I'm manifesting.
If I ever get high and take a shit, I'm crediting you, Blake.
Well, okay, and I will say the moment someone has a plan like this, like everyone's gonna come in town for the con, I'm gonna cook them homemade biscuits and gravy. I just see this explosive vomiting and diarrhea happening at the con shortly after they all down your biscuits.
100%.
There was this year.
First of all, none of you follow me on social media. I cook. Like there's
He does cook. He does cook. Now he cooks things that are one of those things where you're like, that looks delicious, and a heart attack. On
it
a
would
fucking
die.
plate.
Like I won't live for the longest time if I eat this.
This year for Baltimore Comic Con, we realized like a bunch of us who all know each other through Twitter were going to be there, and someone suggested, "Oh, we should all get a place together," and a couple of people said yes, and then
was it like you and Shand and all those guys? Did you?
Well, no. Shand was too scared. He had to stay in a hotel because he's terrified that Airbnbs are places that murders happen. And I'm like, yeah, but take some luminol and a fucking black light to a hotel, man. There's ghosts all over there.
Yeah.
So
I get that on a spiritual level.
As far as I know, at this point, I want to like preface this. Spoiler alert: everything worked out fine, but I'm 38 years old. I'm almost Homer Simpson's age. I'm 7 years younger than Dave. Who's 5 years older than Homer Simpson.
You had to throw that out there.
So, I mean, it's really important for you to really reflect on your life and think about what you have and what he has. He has a Grammy. So,
Jesus Christ.
I go to there's a couple of people organizing this thing, and I say, how much is it going to be for the Airbnb? And he says, oh, it's like $80. I'm like, oh, $80 a night. That's not bad. He's like, no, $80 for the weekend. Jesus. And he's like, well, yeah, there's 9 of us staying at the place. I'm like, fuck me. I forgot everyone else on this thread is in their 20s. Oh, God. Everyone thinks it's still okay for just to sleep in a giant pile. Now, it did all
you
work
take a
out
shit while someone takes a piss right next to you. You guys have a great little conversation.
It all worked out. It was like being a
You never had that happen before, and someone's passed out in the bathtub.
But we're doing it again next year. It was all wonderful. But it was just like that thing of, I forgot how exciting comics could be, and this like weird fantasy we all have of like, what does it look like to have fun at a convention? And every single night of that con, I actually lived my dream, which was I was drinking and talking with my friends until I fell asleep. And then they said, Richard, wake up. You have to go to bed. I got to fall asleep before the party ended. Like it was like I didn't have to walk away from something and get sad. I got to be like in a state of like, oh, I'm just barely awake, being led away. It was so fucking good.
I did that at my sister's wedding. I fell the fuck asleep at the family table, sitting up. There's everybody. The people were dancing around me. People took pictures of it. Pretty awesome.
But you had already given your speech by then, right? So
yes,
you gave your speech, you cried,
and
then you're like, I
cried.
I had a good cry. Time
to
sleep.
Yep, fell asleep. I remember that part. I remember like walking around and then like sitting down at the table. And I remember sitting down like, whew. And then people took pictures and dude, I was drunk, but it was this like, my sister like did research about like what dispensary to go to in the city that had this special kind of pen that was like the pen that you always wanted, this thing that like when we were in high school you dreamed about it, and I was like, okay, like, yeah, go get them. And she got them, and so I had a flask and the pen, and like I don't know how I didn't get COVID too, because I was just like handing that pen out to everybody. I was like, spit on it, slobber on it, let's party. This is like the before times.
In the before times, Blake had meningitis.
No, it was like right. I thought about that later. I we were talking about that. I was like, oh my God, like like we were just handing it to people, and they would like leave and come back with it. Like I don't know what they did.
Oh
with it.
God, that's you. That's
I mean, it was
just
like- it was-
nice
I know.
there, buddy.
it was
There's no way.
family. It was
Dallas is a bit of
family.
a hypochondriac, so you
Oh,
are
nice.
you are terrifying him at this point.
If you knew about the amount of foods that I have found places.
Oh,
I read Richard's story of the nuggets under the couch. Wings
Oh.
under the couch.
Wings under the couch.
Yes.
So for
And
the viewers at
speaking
home-
about explosive diarrhea that
No,
just
no.
happens.
It wasn't. It was just a surprise. It wasn't explosive. Like for the viewers at home, who are just sitting down to dinner, I was living in a recording studio in Hollywood, and we were living our best lives. And I had been really fancy the night before, and I'd ordered some wings. And I woke up in the morning. I knew I hadn't finished the wings, so I woke up in the morning, and I was like, everyone else who lived there was a musician, so they all slept till 2 in the afternoon. And I would get up at like 5 a.m. and go for a big walk and go to my office and do work and what have you. And I got up and I reached under the couch and I found the half-empty box of wings, and I went out for my walk. And I'm eating my wings and going for a walk, having a great time. And then I get to the bottom of the wings, like the bottom of the box of wings, just as I get to the place where the wings had come from. And I saw the sign. I was like, oh, that's where I ordered the wings from. I didn't know it was so close. I looked down at the box. I'm like, oh, that's a different logo on the bottom of the box. Oh, these aren't my wings. Oh, buffalo sauce really masks a lot of like flavor stink. That's really... Oh, I'm shitting myself. I'm standing on Hollywood Boulevard at 6:30 in the morning, and I'm shitting myself right now. This is a unique experience. There is just, it's at my socks. It's just reached my socks. All right. So I'm walking home, and the place that I'm living, the washer and dryer are outside. Thank fucking God. So I get there, and I just strip off all my clothes, and I throw them in the washing machine. I stand there naked in the yard. And like wait for them, and like I've used my t-shirt to wipe down my body of the shit that's on my legs.
Yep.
I'm like, t-shirt's getting
What
washed.
else are you gonna do?
Right.
that's true. That's true.
So
That's true.
it gets.
Thank
it gets-
goodness no one else's laundry was like hanging on clothespins as you were walking there, because then you'd have been
Yeah.
like, I could use this.
Someone's nice, fresh white laundry.
So
A towel, perfect.
I wait and I put it in the dryer, and then the dryer like jams, and I'm like, fuck. So I have no choice. I have to walk into the house, and fortunately I can get from the front door to the shower without going past anyone. But once I get out of the shower, there is the guy whose girlfriend tried to stab him, so he was sleeping on the floor. The guy who got in his green card in the lottery with no warning, and the guy who was there who hated me, who really, he kept describing himself as like the Jack White of New Zealand. He got really fussy if anyone used his soap. I never used his soap, but every day I would pluck one beard hair and stick it into it. And
To be
I was
fair,
like,
that is annoying. Go on.
like soap is self-cleansing. Like you rinse it. It's like you're staying at someone else's house. You're living with musicians. There's a homeless man living in your backyard shitting on your
Just
kitchen floor.
man, twice Richard has just called out musicians. Like it's like you're living with the dog shit of the earth.
No. They're not the dog shit of the earth, because dog shit dries and can be picked up without making a mess on anything else. Musicians cannot.
Yeah.
Please stay tuned for my appearances on a popular musician's OnlyFans in January, by the way.
Blue Chronicle.
Like I'm sure if you're a musician, you're a great person, but you're also like a loose, straggly stool that just slips between your fingers as you try to maneuver it.
No, it's like I'll say it like
the
this.
other.
It's just sticky enough to leave a residue.
Oh, okay, guys.
Yeah.
Wow.
I love you all so much.
No, look, my best friend is a musician. I really do.
You have terrible friends, Blake. How did I tell you about all the terrible friends I have?
I know a lot of musicians, and a lot of like comic people tend to be a little more reserved, and I tend to get a little bit bored by that because I'm a dirtbag, and musicians will engage with me on that dirtbag level. The problem is that musicians will also do things like, I can't even think of a story. Like, think of every story I've ever told. Every single thing that popped into my mind right now was like, oh no, that's too far. I can't say that publicly.
Wow. To be a musician, then. Shit.
I'll tell you.
Well.
Here's a semi-heroic story. I had a friend who was a musician. We're not friends anymore because he did turn out to be an absolute garbage person. But who did a lot of bad things. But when I just met him, the reason he'd moved to Hollywood because he won Wipeout and was like, I guess I'm going to be a famous star now.
That's a common story, actually. Yeah.
And he would always brag.
Is Wipeout like a challenge, like a competition? I actually haven't heard of Wipeout.
Yeah, it's just a reality show.
It was like it was kind of like pre-Ninja Warrior. Like you had to bounce across a lot of balls and jump through a human.
Hilarious, oversized obstacle course.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, like it was that thing.
I don't remember it either, Dave. This is news to me.
I remember American Ninja, but not that.
Think, like, I want to do that, and then the next 4 seconds you'd be like, oh, that looks painful. I just want to go back to Double Dare. Would you guys do an adult Double Dare?
No.
I don't know.
I totally would have done Double Dare. Yeah.
I'm like big. I feel like I would be I've even lost a lot of weight, and still I feel like I'd be the guy who gets like stuck on the fucking snot slide. They'd be like, "You didn't fit through the nostril, that fat piece of shit." Then you're viral on YouTube forever, and then you're the fucking nostril guy. And then I'm trying to like do interviews, and like Image Comics is emailing me, and they're like, Rom V doesn't want to talk to the Double Dare nostril guy, Blake.
Right.
If you want to write a review, that'd be great, but. Like
so hang on. In your fantasies, Image Comics actually email you back?
They do.
Wow.
They email me back a lot. It just doesn't. No, you know what? Their Image Comics is great.
We're sorry, Blake. We no longer offer subscriptions.
Yeah.
Did I ever tell you about the time that KFC stopped delivering to my house?
No.
What did you do though? Like,
okay, so.
Okay, it made Richard laugh that hard. I'm not sure I want to hear this, but go for it.
This is such deep Richard lore. I've told the story in other places, but like very much like in my pre-American life. In New Zealand, KFC rules. I know I've talked about that before. It fucking slaps harder than like a wet dick. It's the best food in the entire world. It's a different recipe. It's a different cooking method. It takes 3 days to make a piece of KFC in New Zealand. It's amazing. If you want more on this, please subscribe to my Substack that I don't have. But we went through a phase of getting KFC 3 to 4 nights a week because we were fat. And this is when I was a kid. And KFC didn't do delivery. No one did. But then KFC started doing delivery. 0800 11 33 33 was the number. And it was amazing. They didn't deliver fries because they didn't travel well. Fries have never traveled well until the great work of Carl Laredo at Wendy's, who pioneered the good fries for the COVID era. If you read Quick Service Restaurant Magazine like I do, like a fucking cool boy, you'd know about that. Anyway, so KFC started offering delivery in New Zealand. My family gets so excited about this. My mother was like, we are ordering fucking KFC tonight. We order KFC, we get KFC, it goes great. The next day, my mother was like, we should have KFC again because we've eaten all the leftovers for breakfast and lunch. So we ordered more KFC. And then we're like, we could just go to like the local chip shop and buy fries there, bring them back, and then we have those. It's just amazing. We can walk to that, get the KFC. Night 4 of ordering KFC, my mother has a half day at work. Her friends come over to day drink. I am at this point 11 or 12. And my mother's friends get day drunk. And when the KFC man arrives to deliver the food, they invite him in to get him the money.
Yep.
And then they circle him, trap him, and start stripping. He immediately sits on the floor and begins crying uncontrollably.
Oh,
He leaves
KFC guy.
he crawls out of our house and doesn't take any money. His coins spilling out of his fanny pack all over our floor. We get the KFC. It's fine. The next day at 5, my mother says, we should order KFC. And we call and they say, oh, sorry, we're shutting down our delivery program. We no longer deliver to that area. We realize that we can still get it delivered if we order it pretending we're at the neighbor's house. They see through that pretty fucking fast. And then the following week, they shut down all delivery, and there is an article in the paper saying that they have had to shut down KFC delivery because we were a test area. Like, it wasn't even nationwide delivery. It was a test area, and they shut it down. And so for years, people would say, why the fuck doesn't KFC do delivery? Everywhere else does. And I would have to go, well, interesting. Fairgray family legacy.
Wow.
Holy shit. Wow.
And that's why
Your mom and her
DoorDash is so
friends-
fucking expensive today, ladies and gentlemen.
You cannot even get KFC delivered on DoorDash.
And David Hazan does confirm KFC info is
Yeah.
true. It is
rules.
that good.
It
Yeah,
is so
over
good.
there.
By the way, they have actually changed the recipe out here now. They still don't use the full breading method, but it's much closer than it used to be. And KFC Canada has good fries, not great fries. KFC fries in New Zealand and Australia have chicken salt on them, which is like a mind-blowing flavor combination.
Go chicken salt, yes.
Our chicken fries, our KFC fries here are pretty good.
They're okay.
I went to KFC the other day. We got that new box that comes with like it's like a few biscuits, a few pieces of chicken, and then some chicken nuggets. Like it's their new feast box. So we got like, there's a few of us and we got a couple of them. And I was at the register and she goes, do you want regular or do you want regular or extra crispy? And I was like, extra crispy. And she looked at me and she goes, are you sure?
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah. Do you want your fucking job? Do you know who I am? No, I'm kidding. I was like,
And the answer was no.
I am local internet personality Blake
Do you
Buzz.
watch YouTube? Do
And
you
I
watch
know
YouTube?
what kind of chicken I want, you little fucking heathen.
I have hundreds of followers.
Yeah.
But see, like what had happened was she saw that you'd interviewed me, and she was like, maybe Blake has good taste. And then you ordered extra crispy, and she was like, I guess he doesn't. Like, internet influencer.
Isn't extra crispy just original recipe but a little crispier? Like
No, it's a different breading method that allows her to have extra
Jesus
bulk on the breading.
Christ.
It holds it differently,
Mm.
and they don't do the second cooking process to it, so it holds bulk but not flavor, and it sucks buttholes.
So she was right.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And Blake, have you ever had chicken salt?
Look, all right. I used to snort that shit when I was a bouncer. No, wait, what is it?
Chicken salt.
Chicken salt.
Is that what you guys call cocaine here?
Basically, it's the packet that comes in ramen.
Oh, yeah.
flavor.
No.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
not.
it's
You could
pretty
go on
on price.
Amazon. You can buy chicken salt. The stuff that comes in ramen has a lot more MSG in it. MSG is great. I have
It's
no problem
amazing.
with it.
Yeah.
But like
MSG is amazing.
chicken salt is actually a harder flavor. Go on Amazon.com. You can buy chicken salt from Australia. It's vegan. It's a yellow powder. It has a blue lid and the word chicken salt written in blue on it. I can't remember.
Is
the
it
name of the
vegan
brand.
though? Is it?
It's I know, but it's really good. That's the brand to buy. You will end up eating
Do you have any idea how they make it? Is it purely chemical like MSG kind of a thing?
I don't know. Like they catch the chickens from the ocean and they strain them. I don't fucking know.
There you go.
I got Richard
works.
talking to fucking podcasters like, all right, you got to import your chicken salt from Australia. All right. Price is not an issue, gentlemen. You only get the best of the
Wonder if he's
best.
paid by the Australian government. Like,
Right,
he's
yeah.
really one of those
Like-
ambassadors where he's like, everyone, the KFC from Australia, get it shipped here. Trust
That's right.
me.
You can't.
Put in-
So I tried to do this.
Use hashtag glory hole to get 5% off
You
your
got-
order.
This is actually going so long. I have to go feed my fucking cat. You guys keep talking. I will be back, but he is yowling on the other side of the door. So I'm going to be right back.
How,
All right.
how do you get interviewed by Dave if without Dave?
That's the
You know,
question.
his legend looms large as well. Indeed.
That's
indeed.
why
So
you
shall
gotta-
we all now look at what was behind Dave and judge him on his taste?
I know you got to like zoom in. I
Wait,
can't
wait,
even
what'd you say,
read
Richard?
anything.
I'm just trying to figure out like what
His
Dave has on the
bookshelf.
shelves behind
You
him.
can't read. All I see,
Oh.
I do see Monster Matador. That's the only thing I recognize.
Yeah, he's got, he's definitely been a Kickstarter super fan since, he checked in. I think
You
he's
guys hear those rumors?
I think
about Stephen
supported
Prince?
at least 1,000 campaigns. And so his backlog's pretty deep. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
You
he's that
you
guy.
hear those rumors about Stephen Prince and Monster Matador?
Say it again.
You hear those rumors about Stephen Prince from
What
Monster
are the
Matador?
rumors?
Oh.
I don't know. I was hoping you guys would play into this with me. Stephen Prince is one of the nicest people I know.
No, yeah, he's a client. That's why I was curious. I was like, what do we got? What kind of fucking PR nightmare is this, Richard? What
No, look, I'm not saying. Look, all I'm saying is, look, I can say this honestly. Stephen Prince has never been convicted of a murder.
That is, as far as I know, that is true. Yeah.
But it's sort of the way that, like, I am undefeated and
other than slaughtering fucking comics, what? No. Monster Matador is fucking dope.
You guys are saying, hey, Blake, real quick, throw back to our earlier conversation. I see a little theme on your decor back there in your decor. What is the superior Batman film?
Oh my God, the superior dude. Oh man. You know what my favorite the superior is Batman Mask of the Phantasm, the animated movie that was actually released theatrically.
Return of the Joker uncut.
That's the Batman Beyond movie, right?
Yes, yeah. The uncut version fucking
I still don't have I haven't got there yet. I'm rewatching Batman because I got the Blu-ray set, so I'm watching like slowly Batman Beyond. But as for me, the best theatrical release Batman is Mask of the Phantasm. And I just rewatched it recently. Like a follower was nice enough. Which one?
Mask of the Phantasm.
Oh yeah, yeah, Mask of the Phantasm. It's like Batman the animated series, but a movie, and but they just put out the new 4K update of it, and I bought it and watched it on the PS5.
It's always that Batman cover, Dallas. If you've seen it, it's Batman, and in the background, it's got this like mask of like this sort of
like Casey Jones
kind of face.
Casey Jones,
Casey Jones-ish, or like Taskmaster. If you read Marvel, I know you kind of don't, so that might be lost on you.
She's wearing hockey pads.
I'm aware. All right, actually, I'm going to get my wine because I'm actually going to go supposedly.
What the fuck did you pair with Richard's thing? We never did that.
But you guys are just train wrecks, and I couldn't look at it. All right. Where the hell are we? All right, Haunted Hill.
Balance a book on my head right now.
Would you?
Yeah, I'm doing it right now.
So I love, I love the neighborhood. I love where we live, Richard. I think it is one of the most interesting places on the planet. I think it's just sort of like the crossroads of all the weirdest places on the planet. I mean, in the universe, it just becomes this kind of melting pot of crazy. And my favorite thing is to just walk through and listen to people's conversations, to eavesdrop, because it could go from, as we were talking earlier, Angelyne shilling someone over a T-shirt she didn't buy, to the sort of former Hollywood elite who were now homeless and threatening to stab people for various infractions. Another thing I love about Hollywood is the Spanish architecture. So many of the buildings are they're just sort of time capsules. Hollywood itself is kind of frozen in time. So I knew I wanted to go with a Spanish wine, just for the sort of feeling of Hollywood itself. I wanted something that was kind of robust, but also kind of unique. So I think one of your more robust grapes is going to be the Tempranillo. For anyone who doesn't understand, know what that is. It's a pretty robust grape. You and
your Temp. No one knows what that is.
What?
You gotta say the whole thing.
Someone does know what that is. Shut up. And I decided to go with a white Temp, and the difference between the sort of it's essentially a white wine. It is a yellow wine because the grape itself is not. There is no maceration with the actual skin, so they're just sort of fermenting the juice of the grape.
So white Tempranillo, interesting.
Yeah, it's white. It's white Tempranillo. The Temp itself is, like I said, it's pretty robust. It is very silky. It is really elegant because I do think what you have here is an elegant treatment of some really coarse characters, right? A coarse world. Like Hollywood is not known for being refined. Like the pedestrian Hollywood and its people are
I feel like
just
outsiders think it's meant for being refined, but it's totally not.
yeah, precisely. Like if you're here, you understand that everyone is just one, as you said earlier, is just one bad day away from Looney Tunes.
Half a brain cell from a Looney Tune. Yeah.
Right. You're just one day away from full on just, Looney Tunes, honestly. And like I said, there's no maceration with the grape skin, so it is essentially a white treatment of the Tempranillo grape. Very silky, moderate acidity, like your character. She's the world she's in. It's very acid and acidic sometimes, but in general, she's just she's doing her thing. She's moving through the world in the best way she can. There's some ripe stone fruit in the aftertaste. It is, as I said, a white temp. It is smooth and fruity, like your characters, like you. You're welcome.
I'm hairy
and what'd you say?
I said I'm hairy as shit. No, all my profiles can I describe myself as smooth.
Smooth fruity. So yeah, I chose the Cuentista El Cuentista 2019 Tempranillo. It is the drink I would love to drink, the wine I would love to have while walking through the city. If I could walk through the city and have this graphic novel sort of read to me at the same time, it would. That's my choice. God damn it, I'm sticking to it.
Sweet.
I
will say, yeah, go ahead, Richard. Sorry.
Dallas, as someone who lives in the neighborhood and understands Hollywood as I do, was there anywhere in the story that they went that you didn't immediately know where they were?
For me, yes, because I don't live directly in Hollywood, so I probably don't know it as intimately.
Yeah, you fucking tourist.
I'm totally mid-city, so Hollywood is like. I walk through it and I'm like, get out.
My favorite thing to do on Hollywood Boulevard is whenever you see families taking photos with the stars on the street, just lean into, like, as you walk past, to like any kid posing for a picture and say, "I can't believe they're really buried there."
Okay. Yeah.
I love that.
All right.
I love that. It's like vertical tombs, right? In that one square that they're just like shoving down.
So it's
I like that.
The story starts outside of Hollywood. Haunted Hill officially, by the way, is it is from Fountain to Emmett, south to north, and west to east. It is La Brea to Bronson. Anything in between there is Haunted Hill.
Yeah.
And so they start outside Haunted Hill. They're at Slammer, 3622 Beverly Boulevard. In the real life, 3688, but I wanted to change it for copyright reasons. And they call it Slam Town. And then obviously they go to Trejo's Coffee and Donuts, then to the that place that has like the old RC outlet sign that's like in the alleyway behind Bordner's for this trampoline park.
Okay.
The gas station is the gas station at Sunset and Bronson, where you can get a fake smog check for $40. The 9-pound dim sum place with the teeth outside the tongue. They Hollywood High, Haunted Hill High in the flashback, and then Crossroads of the World where they see the fish. Obviously, my favorite fish.
That one's of course,
and then the comedy club they go to is based on a comedy club on like much further east on whatever street the Dresden is on is where that comedy club is. But I just relocated it to be the Yucca Street Market, which is what I call the sad market. All that stuff about the sad market in it is the Yucca Street Market, and the Pokey Place is the place next door to that. The smoke shop next to that Pokey Place is where I go for poppers, by the way.
Right.
And then the house, Kelsey's house that they break into is 6615 Padre Terrace, where you have to put in 6607 Padre Terrace to get an Uber there, or it'll drop you off on Emmett. It's Werewolf Heart Studios. It's Ryan Gosling's former studio where I used to live, that is now for sale. But it's the whole place. It's all been painted white now. It was like the master lease was held by Capitol Records when we lived there. But when I lived there, all the walls were covered in these like spooky murals painted by Ryan Gosling, and everyone had these weird stories about the shit that used to happen there. That's where I shared Saliva with Posh Spice. That was where Billie Eilish wouldn't record because the producer there was too much of a creep. It was a weird fucking place, and by the way, good for her. That's why she recorded in her bedroom.
You're selling me now on the idea of a haunted hill walking tour. I'm just saying.
Yes, the 83 backers I currently have would definitely support.
I'm just saying, it sounds like that is a great little sort of addition to
$500 a pop.
Yeah, okay, $500 new reward tier, $500, and you have to get to Hollywood on your own.
I think you would sell a few.
Yes,
think you would,
and I will personally walk you through all of Haunted Hill locations.
Absolutely.
Especially when you get to the end of this fucking
with
series.
Wine. We will provide the wine for the walking tour, Richard.
Ooh.
We will provide the wine.
Yes,
and
$7.99 Carmenere from Trader Joe's.
So
we will provide you with the wine.
Obviously, Sushi Stapp, the Scott Stapp themed sushi restaurant, is Sushi Stop on Franklin, which is right next to Cones, my version of the ice cream store. Kelso's is Gelson's. The joke, no one gets this joke. I think this is so fucking funny. I'm so proud of this joke, and no one fucking gets it. Every place they go to is themed around a celebrity because it's funny to me. So you have like Snoop's dog walking. You have the Karn, like the Richard Karn coffee and donut place, the Scott Stapp sushi restaurant, and then Gelson's is Kelso. So it's all themed around Kelso from that 70s show, except the pharmacy is themed around Dr. Bob Kelso from Scrubs. And I think that's so funny, and no one fucking gets it, and I'm very upset about it. Dumb shit done poorly.
Yeah. Okay. We're organizing a walking tour. You can come if you want, Richard.
Everyone in LA, come. Blake, come if you can. You got to get here on your own. Don't forget.
Yeah.
And
Let me just figure out how to get there from Missouri.
$500
to Richard's bank account, and then figure out how to get
there.
That's right. There you go.
And get back.
If you meet me,
and then get back, or not.
I'll give you my address.
Just start a new journey. Just
6671 West Sunset Boulevard.
I've got to run. I have to run. So
Ciao, yeah, you're on the East Coast. Ciao, Dallas.
Richard, always a good time. And when I get back to LA, we will definitely link up. For
sure. Look, if I ever fucking get back, I'm trapped in Canada again right now. So if I ever get back there, yes, we'll hang out.
Yeah, that's right. You're not there. That's right.
Yeah,
that's right. You guys are both
lost my passport.
Stranded outside of LA, even though we're all pretending we're on the West Coast. Well, Richard's kind of, he's just north.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's the queen of the north.
Exactly.
All right, boys.
All right, ciao, Dallas.
Good
night. Blake, what are you drinking, man? I saw you shaking something up.
Oh, this is G Fuel.
That's the G Fuel. So you can keep going.
It's G Fuel hype sauce. I did finish my Eagle Rare, unfortunately.
Oh, you finished it. I was hoping you were gonna, maybe a little bit was peppered in there, but I was like, that's very red. I don't think this is Eagle Rare.
Someone said that. So the other day, someone was like, "Are you mixing bourbon in your G Fuel?" I was like, "No, but should I? Like, was that smart?"
Just maybe not the Eagle Rare, but maybe other bourbons. Yeah.
I was in a party for the fuck, what are they called? What the fuck are they called? Chris Longo's company. They do the stuff with Massive. They do the big New York pumpkin party every year.
Distillery?
Not distillery. That's
a bad idea.
Not bad idea. That's Adam Freeman. Wait, no, it's not. No, that's fuck. Those two, no. Whatever. Fuck, I can't remember if I can remember what the party is. But it was a thing was sponsored by Massive and had a whole thing. And this is New York Comic Con. They do a thing every year. It's very good. And I was quite drunk. And my friend was there from Brazil, who I had not seen for months. And so we were drinking together. And my best friend had just found out his car had been stolen, which had a $30,000 dress in it for an awards show. So he was sort of freaking out. And my other friend kept asking me to go and get him a drink because it was an open bar. And he kept trying to tell me that he was drinking Eagle Rare. But he was drunk and couldn't say Eagle Rare. And I was drunk and couldn't figure out what he was really saying. And it wasn't until your post, I think yesterday, Blake, where you said Eagle Rare, I was like, oh, he obviously meant Eagle Rare. That's obviously what he meant. Like when he. Like
what
when
did
he
you hear in the
yeah.
moment?
Yeah. So sorry to Trevor Linkevich.
Sorry, Trevor. Get over it.
By the way, Trevor's in England right now. He just finished Thought Bubble. I'm very upset. I was meant to be at Thought Bubble. My life sucks and everything is awful and everything is unfair.
That sounds like a really, really cool show to go to.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Rub it in, Blake. Rub it in.
Yeah. I didn't get to go either. I was just like thinking. I was just like,
yeah, but you weren't meant to go.
I mean, maybe. I don't know what my destiny is, Richard. I'm not even meant to go.
You didn't have your flights booked. You didn't have.
Oh, I mean, like, yeah, for this.
Oh, that's pretty bad.
Yeah,
that's pretty bad.
I was not meant to go to this year's.
Yeah. No, I got 7 weeks ago. I don't exactly know what happened still, but what I've pieced together, sort of Hangover 2 style, because I haven't seen The Hangover, so I'm assuming Hangover 2 is similar.
Yes.
Because I figured all this out because I called my mother when it happened, which I don't remember doing. Apparently, somebody hit me in the head, and I called my mother and told her. I told her that it was making me feel drunk, that I didn't know where I lived, but I thought it was in a straight line, that they don't have Uber in America, so I have to walk, and so I need her to stay on the phone in case I'm in danger. And then I hung up on her immediately, and she didn't call back because she just assumed I was drunk. 4 hours later, a mile from where that had happened, I wake up in the bushes at a gas station because the man is shaking me awake. It's 4 a.m. and he's yelling at me, "Are you okay? You've shit yourself." And I, upon checking, said, "No, I haven't. It's all on the outside." So someone had shit on me, which was exciting. He then told me, he said, "At first I thought you were just some drunk homeless guy, but then I saw you had nice jewelry, so I thought I should help you." So he was a real hero. And my bag was gone, and I just flown back into LA after Baltimore. So I had I'd flown from Baltimore to Edmonton to do a show there, then flown to Vancouver, and then flown down to LA. So I had all my convention cash from 2 shows. So about $3,000 in cash. I had my passport, my resident card for Canada, and all my ID. And now I had nothing, not even keys to my place. So I'm currently stuck in Canada, which I had to walk into because if you don't have your resident card, you can still get in if you enter via the land border on foot because of some archaic law. And I have to now wait here at my Canadian place for potentially 3 months until I can get my paperwork sorted out that I can move back to my home in LA. So because I had no passport, I couldn't go to England.
I was wondering, where you were with all of that.
Yeah,
because
I read trapped.
It's
fun times.
I wasn't meant to go to England tonight because it was like in my destiny. Like I never meant to go there or be a part of it.
It's why Haunted Hill is what's on Kickstarter right now, because it was meant to be Ex-Wives 2. Because the printing on Ex-Wives is really fast. It's like 5 weeks. And so I'd be able to, what the plan was, launch Ex-Wives 2 and fulfill it next week. But because I knew that I was not going to be able to be in LA to do fulfillment, I was like, I'll do Haunted Hill 2 instead. Push Ex-Wives 2 back till February or whatever when I get back. because Haunted Hill 2 will take 3 months to get back from the printer, and so I can fulfill it when that happens. So it's sort of like when you say Richard will have finished Ex-Wives 2 soon because of how he works, I finished all of Ex-Wives now. Ex-Wives of Frankenstein is fucking done, and I cannot launch it.
Wow. What is it all circumstantial right now with you, man? Like, because I feel like you've just had a lot of you've had a lot in the last year. Is this all just stuff you were working on that just kind of happened to all roll out simultaneously? Or I mean, I also know like some of the guys, you know, some of the guys that you hang out with and stuff, like they're all very much doing a lot more fast-paced Kickstarter production than a lot of other people are. Are you is that part of it, or like what? Because some people can't handle it or do it or they just cry thinking about it.
I have this helpful tattoo that says "Don't cry, work," like a normal person would have.
Jesus,
that's how you do it.
I became obsessed with Andy Warhol when I was 8 years old, and he used to write that on the wall of the factory to encourage his artists. So I've had it everywhere that I've ever lived or worked. And I got it tattooed when I was 28 or something, because I kept having blackouts where I kept writing it on my skin while I was unaware of the world because of healthy decisions that I make. Well, I am trying to put out 300 books by the time I turn 40.
Okay.
Again, which would be 5 years younger than Dave is right now. But just as a point of reference, like as a
we gotta know. Yeah, it's
fair.
And so I've spent the past several years being with publishers. Like, I don't want to go into the whole fucking sob story of it, but like, here is a book that came out on Tuesday. I found out this book was coming out on Tuesday. It's the fourth book in the series. They haven't hired me to write the fifth, but it ends on a massive fucking cliffhanger, so no one should buy it. And they keep asking me, like, can you just tell us what you were going to do? I'm like, nah, unfortunately, I didn't come up with any ideas for that.
Shouldn't have said script, like, let us look it over real quick?
Can we just obviously.
Can you hop on a Zoom call with our new in-house writer
and just walk us through the whole plot all the way to the end? That'd be great. Thank you.
Through it, you know, like
right.
And
panel by panel.
And you know, like,
teamwork.
This is a series that has been picked up for TV and is in pre-production right now for a 2-season animated run that I will be, at this point, it looks like associate producer on. And the publisher just doesn't treat me with any respect at all. And so, like, this year was the shift of like, fuck it, I'm going back to self-publishing. I have more control. Maybe there's not long-term money from royalties and things, but I think a lot of people get this idea of like, let's have that background income from royalties, and that works if you want to stop working. I don't ever want to stop working. I lose my fucking mind if I'm not working. I'm losing my mind at the moment because the book I'm currently working on, just between us, is a atmospheric horror about a cantankerous gay man upset about the changing of the streetlights in Los Angeles who gets assaulted and stops leaving his apartment. And I'm finding that one really fucking hard to draw each day. I have produced 9 pages of it in the past 7 weeks when I'm normally a 21 page a week type of boy.
That sounds heavy,
crazy. Well, it's heavy, and the last time you were on the show, you had that idea already. You had the story already in place before this happened to you.
Yeah.
And now that's wild.
Yeah.
That it's so close. Jesus.
And I've been going through a weird thing. I've got this fucking Danny DeVito obsession that is built. And now I was at a club.
Lay cocked his head. You should explain.
Oh, sorry. I watched the popular hit film Batman Returns for the first time.
Okay.
And I've since rewatched it 33 times.
Because the fish?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Exactly. So you get it,
Okay.
right?
No, I keep going, Richard. I keep going.
I was gonna say
This is the
something,
thing
but
where
I'm
I
not
just
gonna.
really thought that it related to another human, and actually, no, he just was being okay. So,
No, I
Dan
love that
DeVito-
movie. I was on like, but that's when he eats the fish. Right?
Yes, it is when he eats the fish. Yes,
Yeah.
Dan DeVito is a very sexy man to me normally. He's kind of my ideal type, right?
Okay.
Like that's just my thing. But Dan DeVito as the Penguin has never been my thing.
Okay.
And
Makes
then
sense.
there's that scene where he eats the fish, and he's in his fucking soiled ass Victorian pajamas, and he's so scared and so uncomfortable and being so manipulated, and I bricked the fuck up. Like, I got rock hard. And I was like, I'm a bottom, and I wanted to fuck him. I wanted to fuck him to death. Like, I've never wanted to fuck a man so much. And it's not even like a power thing. Like, I want to be like, hey, Dan DeVito, the Penguin, I love you unconditionally, and my cool dick will make you feel better about the world, and maybe you won't become a villain. Maybe I can make it better, because all of this is from insecurity, and my cool dick can solve that. And so it started out being like, oh, I'm just like a little bit into the Penguin. That's uncomfortable, and I want to think about it. And then it became, I only want to fuck the Penguin. And then it became every time I'm about to have sex with anyone else, I start freaking out, thinking they would bully the Penguin, and I get really angry in my head. I'm like, I don't want to have sex with you anymore. You would be mean to the Penguin. To the point now where I'm having long conversations with casual hookups about whether or not they would want to fuck the Penguin.
Before or after? It's like
before. So
really?
I'm having very.
Sounds like, man, if it's like post good cum and I'm laying there, you could ask me some weird shit and I wouldn't even bat an eye. I'd probably be like so honest. I'd be like,
yeah.
You're like, so man, like when the Penguin like ate that fish, and I'd be like, no, I'm still not gonna say it. Never mind. But
so
you could pull some threads out of me in those moments for sure.
But you came on this show without being post good cum. That's just irresponsible.
When was I supposed to ejaculate? I went right from like Matt Wagner to you guys.
You had a live stream before this. That was the time. You blew it.
Yeah.
He didn't blow it.
You didn't blow it at all.
You didn't blow it at all.
So I've been
At your musket, never let it out. That's a euphemism or something, right? Anyway,
I don't know.
It is now.
Yeah.
So I've just been like obsessing over Danny DeVito and just drawing portraits of him every day.
Really?
So I currently have 128 portraits of Danny DeVito, and a journal of my masturbation and feelings towards him.
You got to do like a DeVito zine, dude.
I think I'm going to put out a book.
He's going to do more than a zine.
Quite seriously, I think I'm going to put out my 300th book will be titled "I'm only drawing Danny DeVito as the Penguin until I stop wanting to fuck him."
Oh my god, people spend so much money on that too. Like that's gonna. Oh my god. How dare you?
All from memory. I'm not doing
how
like.
Dare you have these like interesting sexual quirks and get to doubt yourself and celebrate them and monetize on them simultaneously? Like what the fuck? That's so genius.
I gotta figure out if I can like get in touch with Danny.
Literally, and just fucking clap those fucking penguin cheeks. Just bam. Just
like get that sewer stink all over me.
Clickety clackety.
Yeah.
Just make him. He's your fish.
I bought an action figure of him. You can take the clothes off. Like I've stripped him down just to the pajamas. It comes with the fish. You can put the fish in his hand.
Shut up.
It's really good. Like it
is the most detailed action figure.
So I was like trying to break this curse, and I was like, I gotta not have conversations with people. I gotta like not whatever. Which has led me to like two great discoveries. One, if you get kicked in the dick by a horse, you can have the veins in your dick replaced with tubes so that you can have a button in your balls that like a light switch turns on your erection, which is fucking mind blowing to discover.
Awesome, but how did you come to that from this?
Oh, because I had sex with a person without
That's a
talking
leap.
to them, and then found the button in their balls and turned off their erection by mistake.
I thought this was Grant Morrison's Doom Patrol. I was really confused.
By the way, every single person who I've told about this has been like, "Can you get video of it?" And I asked the guy, and he's like, "They can suck my dick if they want, but I'm not going to let them. They can see it in person."
How much do they want that video? I mean, that's
And the other thing is, sometimes
he's got to get something out of it too.
yeah.
if you have sex with a person, and you don't talk to them at all, and then afterwards they say, "Do you want to stay and cuddle?" And you're like, "Oh God, this is my fucking nightmare," and then you do it anyway because you're like heroic, like myself. And then they say things to you like, they ask what you do for a living, and you tell them you make comics, and then they're like, "Oh, you know what my favorite book is? It's Warren Buffett's memoir," and you're like, "Cool, just fucking kill me now." And then they tell you that when they were young, they were personal friends with Ayn Rand, and then they use the words, "the much maligned and obviously framed Bill Cosby," and you're like, "God damn it, this person was inside me."
Wow.
So I don't know.
I mean-
I'm kind of like, what's the balance? Like, do I fuck up every sexual experience by getting them to like pretend they want to fuck the penguin, or do I risk just getting fucked by supervillains for the rest of my life?
Neither of those scenarios sound
neither of
sexy.
those. Yeah, the chances of every single person having those talking points during cuddling, during post-coital cuddling, are pretty slim. Like, I mean, what's your pool? Where are you finding these people?
Well, I've never had sex with a man under 60, so there's like
Yeah, all right,
a lot more
all right.
problematic shit comes up when you let them talk.
Yeah, generational.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Yeah.
I feel like being a personal friend of Angelyne, though, is like if it's like, but I knew her in high school. It's like, that's not anyone's. Like, I was friends with her in high school. She wasn't that yet or whatever. But
No, he was like
I
an
suppose-
assistant when she was writing scripts. Like, also, I've done the math. This might be the oldest man I've ever had sex with.
Yeah,
Like,
because that would have to be like, I was trying to figure that out. Like that's
Right,
but like no
fucking
kink shame,
Fountainhead
like-
was what, the 40s, 30s? When did
Yeah.
when was that published?
Like it's like he must be 1,000,000 years old, and like he looked it, but like I was like, maybe this guy's pushing 100. I don't know, but like he seems agile.
But like, hey, eat this fish real quick in
Was
front
that-
of me, and let me see what I think about you.
Was that a line you wanted? Was that like, it's like, ooh, this guy because of the age, because it's like, I don't think I'm ever gonna find anyone this old again that can do it, that can actually perform.
Is
that
that mayor of Gotham City?
So I, here's the thing: we would all obviously fuck Max Shrek. Obviously, the penguin is the thing that pushes it. And like, honestly, give 20 years to Zangief or whatever the fuck his name was in that film, I'd fuck him too. But that's Christopher Walken's large adult son in that film. But when I was a teenager, when I was still hip and cool, and my music taste was relevant, Family Values Tour. Sorry, I had to explain to someone recently what the
My
Family
dick
Values
is
Tour
bigger
was.
than yours. Ooh,
My band is
Say what?
bigger than
Say what?
yours.
I went to that tour. I went to 2 Family Values tours actually.
Were you at the one where Stained improved outside?
No, like I've seen him play it before, but it like I say he's like all MAGA and weird and shit now. Makes me
really?
sad. Yeah. And the new album is not bad. Like if you like Stain from back in the day, the new album's pretty good. But yeah, he does like shows now, and his shirts are like Jesus had an AR-15 or something. I don't know, man.
Really?
I don't know if that's the exact T-shirt he was wearing, or
I'm sure that
he likes money and rich people and those people.
I'm sure that Kid Rock has released more music since then, but did you see the Kid Rock video from 2021? Where it's like it's all about how cool Trump is and how bad CNN is.
No.
It's a terrible fucking song. The video is so funny because it's so earnest. And there's
Yeah.
some dude who I guess is in his band who keeps just cutting in a big cowboy hat with big long hair, and he just like wraps his arms around Kid Rock in this like very comfortable way and sort of rubs him and goes, "Ain't nobody gonna tell me how to live." And it's the funniest fucking thing in the world. I thoroughly recommend
I've
it.
definitely never fucking seen that. I hadn't seen anything from Kid Rock for like ever. He could have been dead for all I know.
He does.
And-
He
and
ends
then-
up flying to, I think, Mars, much like Dr. Manhattan, on a rocket ship shaped like a hand given the finger.
Like in real life, or
Of course.
No, in the video.
Oh no. In the video.
Okay. I was like, I don't know, man. Rich people go to space now. That's what they do.
The hand giving the finger would probably not make it past the atmosphere. I gotta say, I'm sure there's an aerodynamic reason why no one has ever shaped a
No,
rocket.
the
that
finger
way.
pierces the atmosphere, and then the rest
yeah,
just goes.
it's like it's all a shuttle. It's
Everyone
like,
knows if you want to get a fist through something,
you start.
you've got to
Gotta
collapse the knuckles. I can't collapse the knuckles. I could never fist someone. I can't collapse the knuckles. Just so everyone knows.
I could never fist somebody because how do you come back from that?
I'm terrified of injuring my hand.
That's what
not
I'm
the other
scared of
person in
doing.
the hand.
Yeah.
I love it.
I draw for a living.
Sorry, I ruined you forever, but my pinky feels weird now. Like,
No, I don't like, so, okay.
why
so
did I use my left hand? Like, I should have used my right hand.
My friend Arthur, he's big into fisting, and I was out for lunch with him. This is a while back, and his hand was just bruised to shit, like all over. I was like, "What the fuck happened?" He was like, "Oh, it was just a big fisting party last night." I was like, "It's not worth it.
No.
That's not you."
What is
No.
worth it these days?
Well, for the person doing the fisting too, I think that's always kind of the curious part. Is like, does
What
it
you're always
love-
thinking like, "Man, if only there was a way I could do this with my dick."
Right. It's
Yeah.
like, what are you? Your hand is not exactly like a sensitive organ in terms of like when you do that. It's like, what is the person doing the fisting getting out of it outside of
No,
like
no. That
penetrating
like that part. Like,
in-
look, I get both parts of it. I really do. Like, I fully understand. Like fingering someone's fun, fisting someone would be like a harder version of that. Like, it's it's getting to the top levels on
Start
Mario.
fingering, then fisting
Yeah.
is the next.
But it's more that like I just have a limit of like
Nervous.
my hand is so precious to me. Even using my right hand makes me nervous. I'm terrified of sash windows. You know.
Mm.
And like when someone asked, actually, like this might have been you. Someone asked me what my ultimate stretch goal would be when I was doing an interview, and I went, "Oh, probably 2 fists," and they were very upset by that response.
Well, I wouldn't have been upset by it. I would have loved it. So I don't know if that was me or not. I would have been
Well,
stoked.
call me in like 30 years.
When you no longer care.
Yeah.
No,
I,
but
don't-
he's
How
old
the,
enough for me.
what
I didn't
happens?
say I wanted to be like I didn't want to be your stretch goal. I just was like I like that
Like-
humor.
Like, I'm Autumn. I want to be clear about this. I'm saying call me when you're old enough. It would
Oh.
be great to have a sexual partner that I could talk about comics with.
Yeah.
But we're gonna have to wait.
Like, can you get extensions that just start here and they're real greasy and wear this onesie that's real dirty and eat this fish? You put on this prosthetic nose. It's a lot
Yeah, I
of
was
work.
gonna say the nose.
It's a lot of
the
work,
nose,
Richard.
You got to get the nose.
I'm really hoping. So here's what happened. Like, this book is not going to come out for a grip, so I can talk about it a little bit. But I'm only attracted to Danny DeVito now. No, nothing else does it for me. It's just the Penguin. I have to think about Danny DeVito if
You're
I
that
want.
blinders on at this point. Okay.
Like, I'm just so fucking deep in the pocket on this. And
I
like,
don't think I've ever been that fixated on anyone before. Like, I'm kind of jealous of that sensation.
and like after the
Right? Like, that's intense. It's kind of it's like it's fucking beautiful. Like, I just don't think
To where, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know, but to some degree, it's for the best that you haven't, because that's where people become obsessed with, like, you know, real, not just a celeb. Well, you can become obsessed with a celebrity and then not be able to fall for anyone that's actually in your social circle or whatnot, or you become obsessed with like someone in your social circle, your neighbor or whatever, and it's too much because they're real and they're right there, and it's like you won't hear of anyone else. It's just that person. So it's good to do a Danny DeVito. I think this might work okay.
And I want to be really clear. Danny DeVito is a sexy man. Like, he is my type.
No, he's not. Yeah, he's
But It's
And he's
as
got a
the
good
penguin.
personality.
He's a type.
It's the penguin that does it, and so it's like I'm trying to work my way through it, but so I'm trying to figure it out. Like if I can normalize him, if I can commodify him in some way, I can put him in a box. You know, in the way that like when you see a porn film you really love, and you're like, I'm gonna jerk off to this forever, and then a week later you're like, well, I finally made it to the end, so I guess I'm done with that one. You know?
Yeah.
Right.
Um.
Everything becomes old hat after
Yeah.
that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Speaking
Yeah.
of old hats,
You're
that
like, oh,
penguin's top
gross.
hat.
I can't
Yeah.
watch this again.
The top hat.
Everyone has their My Little Pony in a jar, and sometimes if you set realistic expectations, you can really feel it. Sorry, I'm just speaking about my penguin action figure. Anyway, so I've got. If anyone doesn't know about the My Little Pony in a jar, Google it. It's the worst thing on the internet.
I'm doing it, but you keep talking.
Yeah, what? I gotta.
You don't know about this?
No.
Oh God.
What the crap?
Images for My Little Pony in a jar.
I'm so scared.
So far, I feel like I have to get a little closer. Disgusting mission to My
That
Little Pony
water
in a jar.
looks gross.
Not water.
The water looks gross, but I
Not
can't
water.
tell what I'm looking at. That's not so bad.
Oh, it's a man who tried to fill a jar with cum after putting a My Little Pony in it, and the cum all turned brown over time, and he documented it on the internet.
He started in
my.
2014.
Wow. Oh, okay. My Little Pony Cum Jar Project 48% off. Nope.
Yeah, you don't want to find that
God
shit.
damn it. This is what someone has gotten. This is from BuzzFeed. So someone literally got paid, maybe not much money, but got paid to write this. But the jar prevailed. And this week, our hero returned triumphantly to the /MLP board to post what he says may be the final update to the saga. He's transferring it to a more secure jar. And that's journalism, ladies and
filled
gentlemen.
it?
That's paid journalism.
He filled it?
I don't think he filled it. I think it was, I don't know. Maybe
there are some images of where it's like three-quarters.
like
the jar is
water.
3/4 filled. Like the pony is almost entirely submerged.
Yeah, it looked. Yeah, it's.
Oh,
wild.
and then there's some where it is completely. Okay, I think I'm done.
Yeah,
So that's what the internet has led us to. Remember, it's the information superhighway. You can find out what your name is and who I am. And
Thank
now
you,
we have
Ronan. Too late. Too late.
Ronan.
that. Oh, Ronan. I'm sorry.
Wow.
So, Jesus Christ. Anyway, so I'm not really filling the Danny DeVito hat with cum, I promise. But because that would now that I know
You're gonna have to reinforce it if you do. You're gonna have to like put some liner in there.
By the way, okay, this is a side tangent, but I want to ask: are you two boys are you're boys who watch pornography on the internet? Am I correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Have you seen the ad that plays before a lot of porn clips on like various popular hub-based type websites, or things that begin with X, where it's for a product that will make you cum a lot more?
Oh yeah, it's like a almost like a testosterone pill.
Well,
Like,
it's called
it like
Semen.
shows like all that fake cum like filling up.
Instead of
Like, it's two
so
little
instead of
shot
getting hard,
glasses.
it's like you produce more.
Yeah. You make like you make more cum, and so it's like two little shot glasses, and one like you get a little splooge in it, and the other one just overflows,
Yeah.
and it's got like a fun little
Yeah.
thing going.
I have not seen this, but keep going.
Okay, well, watch better porn, I guess.
Yeah, really don't do the hub sites.
Oh no,
There-
step bro! Like it's all that and fucking Semenex or whatever.
I mean, like it's on X videos. I've seen it on X Hamster. I've seen it on XNXX.
X
Um,
hamster.
Boyfriend
not watching
TV.com.
I know. I feel like I
Yeah.
haven't even thought of X Hamster for like 10 years. But
Yeah, we
it's
all forget it exists, and then you do a Google search for a specific porn star's name, and you realize they're all over that shit. Anyway, I was about to like name drop a porn star as a joke, and I couldn't think of one that was still alive.
That's your penchant.
Anyway, so here's the thing. at no point, like, look, I know that there is a fucking industry built on your dick is too small, your dick is too weird, make your dick more normal and bigger.
Yeah.
Like, that's everything on the internet, and it has, like, it's to a point where it's a parody. Like get your dick bigger as an email is a thing like that cannot work anymore. But it obviously did work for a while.
But if you blind them with ejaculate, they can't see how small your dick is, Richard.
Well, but like I've never come across the idea that you're not making enough cum. I've never thought to myself,
Yeah.
like I want to make this person happy. I want to make them cum. But
Well,
I've never
to be
thought
fair,
to
you're
myself,
not. You are
oh,
not.
man, that
You
was
are
a-
not trying to impregnate anybody. So I suppose.
But
there
but
is
this
that
is not going to help you
consideration.
with that at all. There's no world in which the volume of cum is going to be sperm with heightened motility.
True. I suppose people think that might be the issue. I think that's what they're going for. That's who they're
No,
targeting.
they're purely going for volume, like cover that face.
Really? So
Yeah.
covering someone. Okay. All right.
Yeah, it's a real like like do your own bukkake at home.
It's
Right.
funny because when people have said like
You don't
that's
need
a
the whole
lot,
gang. You can gangbang all on your own.
Yeah. but I've never like when someone said to me like that's a lot, it's had a tone with it like, oh, that's a lot.
Yeah,
like it's never been like, oh, that's a lot, babe. Like, oh, I need a towel now. It's been like, that's everywhere.
Yeah, like oh god, it's in my ear. Like
Now I'm like,
Right.
now I'm like, babe, what if I took a pill and it was even more everywhere all the time?
yeah,
It's just
like what if my cum was Batman v Superman in 40X? You know?
get coded.
Yeah, I feel like you'd have to surprise the other person with how much you were going to produce, and that is not going to end well.
Well, so this is my question: is like obviously, so we all agree that more is not necessarily better, but is there a tipping point where more is great?
I'm sure for some people out there, more is
Just for
absolutely
the
wonderful.
sheer like what the actual fuck how
Yeah. Like do you get to a point of
Yeah.
like a full cup or a pint?
Yeah. Those I do
Right.
like those videos sometimes where you're like, is it a machine? Is this CGI? And then like you come while you're thinking about that, and you're just like, wow, that was an experience. I don't know.
Yeah, but then you also feel like you're like crashing your car into Exxon Valdez at that point.
Because I'm like jerking off while driving. What do I?
No, I'm saying like you're not. I mean the oil spill. Like you're not contributing much more.
Oh yeah, yeah. You're like, yeah, it's like a one and done deal. Yeah, it's like it's a sandwich and nap time.
What were we talking about before come? Because that was I was talking about Danny DeVito.
Oh, and come.
Was
It's
there
been-
was there
it's
anything
been- yeah,
before
it's
come?
Yeah, was there ever? It's been a fucking cum blizzard on this podcast.
Cum blizzards are so difficult because they tip them upside down and they always leak out, and so Dairy Queen never get the money from.
Yeah, and they quit making them after 10 p.m.
But so I'm in this like Dan DeVito jerk hole, and having all these feelings about it, and like not being able to have sex with strangers, or like even at this point, like my husband, like he keeps insisting to me that he would definitely have sex with the penguin, and I can tell he's lying, and so then I'm like, I want to have a fight with you, but I don't because I know that I'm fucking ridiculous. And so it's like all very like unhealthy. So I've been trying to work my way through it. So I've been drawing all these portraits, and then as you both know, my first masturbatory experiences, my first sex dreams were about Al Lewis, who played Grandpa Munster in his appearance in the popular hit film My Grandpa is a Vampire, released in New Zealand as Grampire when I was 7 years old. And recently that got released on Blu-ray. So obviously I bought it. And it came with a, that's not a wine glass, Dave, you cheater. And it came with a booklet of photos from on set. And I'm flipping through the booklet, and there is a fucking photograph of Al Lewis. I have not seen Grampire since I was a kid. And I looked through this booklet. I haven't watched it again yet because I haven't. I'm saving that for a special alone time. It turns out that was 30 years after the Munsters finished filming, and actually, at the point where he's playing Grampire, he doesn't look like sexy Grandpa Munster anymore. He doesn't look like my cool mask or my like photos on my bedroom wall. He looks like fucking Danny DeVito as the Penguin.
Oh no.
So all of my fears that I've like come to some weird place actually, I've just come full circle. I'm right back where I started.
Have you watched that Always Sunny in Philadelphia episode where Danny DeVito's naked and crawls through the couch?
Nope. I've never watched an episode of that show.
Oh, that might be.
Is
one
there a
of the-
reason you haven't watched an episode of that
might-
show?
one
A friend of mine was on it, and
Oh.
he asked me to watch his episode, and I watched his scenes, and he was terrible in it. So I had to say, "Oh, I've never seen that show. I think it sucks." And I really stuck with that, so I would always be able to pretend. He's dead now, so I was always able to pretend like I had never seen his terrible, terrible scenes.
Oh no! But he's dead now.
He's dead now.
Yeah, he's dead now.
You could watch it.
Watch
I
it.
could, but
You can see his ass if you want to
Do
see
you feel-
Danny
well, do
DeVito's ass.
Do you feel like now the penguin version of Danny DeVito is like this pristine version of him that you're trying to keep, and it's like, no, he's not the penguin in that.
Yeah, because like just between you and I used to think a lot about the Romancing the Stone trailer when I masturbated. So I didn't watch it while I did it. I'm not a weirdo, but I'd think about it, like just him on the phone with that good voice. And I can't think about that anymore because he's not the penguin.
Right.
And by the way, a lot of my attraction to him also involves me imagining apologizing on his behalf for his terrible behavior. Like, I'm so fucking broken with this thing. Like, I
Wow.
know it's a problem. I know
The
it's
penguin's behavior specifically, right?
Yeah.
So it's
Oh
like,
my
yeah.
God. The way that he
I am so sorry he tried to take over Gotham City again, guys.
No,
Guys,
no,
I am
Poison the
sorry.
entire water supply.
no, he's like groping women and saying horribly offensive things. Like, no, sorry, he's just not out yet, and he's trying to behave like in a really aggressive,
Right.
toxic, passive way.
I was gonna say.
No, so
I
I'm
told
so
him
sorry.
not to put rockets on the penguins, guys. He just did. He was mad. He didn't listen to me. I'm sorry.
He's just a
He's
closeted gay man who doesn't
hard
know
to
about my
get.
cold
That's
dick
why he's
yet.
groping all the women. He's trying to pretend. Guys, trust me, it's okay.
He's just buying into like a thing that's been forced upon him. Like, these are my fucking dreams at this point. It's so unhealthy.
I don't know how he moved into the zoo. He just did
And
it. I'm sorry.
And so then after he lives in the sewer, much like Master Splinter, another crush of mine. But like after the mugging, the Danny DeVito figure became like a real point of comfort for me, as like, well, Danny DeVito's here, nothing can go wrong. The penguin's here to like be there and love me. And so I started cuddling this action figure as I slept, like a healthy boy does. I'm not doing that anymore. Like, I've gotten past that. But like for those first few weeks, I was concussed. But like it's I don't know. Like I don't want this to become ingrained in me. I want to go back to my normal, like, obviously seeking Grandpa Munster as my sexual ideal, but like accepting Ian McKellen types along the
Go
way.
back to normal. Just Grandpa Munster. Penguin's just that one step too far.
Grandpa Munster never wanted to control Gotham by stealing babies.
It's true.
Plus,
But
like, Grandpa
babies
Munster-
are really annoying, so I get it.
Did you ever see the Hotel Transylvania movies?
Yeah, of course. I went at that for Halloween one year.
Oh,
Oh, I
you've
went
seen
at
the
Hotel
second one
Transylvania 3.
And you've seen the second one with the grandpa vampire, right?
Yeah.
No, see that? Okay, yeah, that was the reaction I was checking.
Yeah, it just did nothing for me. It's really specific to him. And what's weird is I'm not into Herman Munster at all, but Fred Gwynn in Pet Sematary, holy shit, yes. Like, all over that.
I'm kind of with you there.
The amount of times that I've imagined the words "don't go into the place where the dead talk, go into the place where the dead fuck." I mean, I'm not talking about the dead fucking, but I want to hear him talk about fucking. Like, it just...
No. Have you seen Pet Sematary, Blake? The original, the OG?
Yeah.
That is a film that makes me
Do you know who
horny.
we're talking about? The old man? Like, sometimes dead is better.
I told you that never took anybody, they never buried a person there in the old Pet Cemetery. But they did, they buried old Timmy up there. But also, the scene in that film where the wife whose name I can't remember, because I can't remember anyone's name in that movie.
Yeah.
Where she's talking about her sister in the attic. And it cuts to the flashback of her sister, who has some kind of debilitating illness, and her bones are all sticking through her skin. And you can see all of the bones through her skin pulled tight over them, and her spine and her ribs and all of that. And her red hair is flowing over it. And she's twisting her out. She's going, Rachel. She looks so much like a piece of KFC. I get so fucking hungry every time I think about her.
Oh God!
Like that movie has a lot of really scary stuff.
I don't even know what to do with that information. That's amazing.
Okay, penguin eating KFC.
No, because I don't share.
Oh, okay. Damn it.
A penguin eating my KFC? Like, you might have actually you might have solved it. I might not want to fuck the penguin anymore. How fucking dare you?
You found the line.
What if you like de-skinned a lot of KFC chicken and put the skin on the penguin and had to eat it off of him?
There you go.
No, I like the mix of flavors. At my wedding, so KFC catered my last wedding, and
what?
Yeah. By the way, I should do my wine pairing. I've switched to a bottle of, I did the punch in the face earlier, but Copper Moon in a double-sized bottle that I started drinking last night, and then couldn't finish my glass because I was too tired. So I poured it back into a funnel, but forgot to close the wine, and so it's been sitting out overnight with the lid open, and it doesn't taste too bad. But
so extra oxidized Copper Moon. Here we go.
Screw top again.
Screw top. Okay, so yeah.
By the way, are you aware of this the massive price increase that is coming for Pinot Noir?
Well, no.
So
I'm gonna say no.
Pinot Noir production in the Southern Hemisphere is down 73% this year. There's going to be a massive jump in price.
Will it be a jump? Is it because the demand is just not there, or is it because
no,
the crops suck? The crops failed.
Like extreme climate conditions.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's gonna suck. Okay.
It's the volcano, the eruption in I think Tonga that fucked up the weather patterns for New Zealand and Australia has caused all of it. Because I like all the shit I hate about New Zealand. I love their Pinot Noir, and it really annoys me. When I was a teenager, we would go to art openings and get free wine on Tuesday nights. Tuesday nights was great. Just walk from one gallery to another getting free wine. And now the brand of wine that I used to get for free, I have to pay $28 for here. And that really bugs me. And now it's going to go up in price again. Kim Crawford, by the way, very good. If anyone can get Oyster Bay Pinot Noir, very good. Or the fucking dealer's choice, Stone Lee Pinot Noir, not the Gold Reserve, the regular. Get that blue label shit. It's fucking phenomenal.
Stone Leaf?
Stone Lee, STONELEIGH.
Oh, okay. I don't think I've even heard of that one.
It's hard to find in the US, but a few places do have it.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think time I drank wine was $2 Chuck from Trader Joe's, and
that tells us a fucking long time ago.
So like, I don't know why they called it $2 Chuck because it's $2.99. But I used to like
right. It's $3 Chuck now, but it just doesn't have the same ring.
They're white Zinfandel. Like I could fucking pound that shit.
Ooh, yeah. I mean, like White Zinfandel is bad, but it's poundable. It's true. It's chuggable. It's funny. I just learned last night because I was on a wine auction site. And there was a bottle of 1977 Trader Joe's wine. And I was like, I'm sorry, what? I'm like, how old are they? And I had to look it up. They started in 1969.
Nice.
And
that's crazy. I didn't know that.
And they invented $2 Chuck. It's because of them we have it. At the time, there were laws about fair pricing in wine. And everyone had to have the same price. You couldn't, if it was from like a big brand winery, they're like, no one can choose their prices. Everyone has to sell it for the same price. This law died in 1979. But Trader Joe's started selling everything under their own brand. They would, do that shtick where they buy the wine and then they're like, we'll say it's Trader Joe's wine. And it's because it skirted that law. And they were able to price it however they wanted because it was technically under their label. No one knew where it was from, but it was still the same wine from these bigger brands. They started that whole revolution. And I was like, what the fuck? I did not. I'm it's like $30 for this 1977 bottle of wine. I'm
Did you buy
slightly
it?
tempted. I didn't yet, but
I was
I'm
wondering. I was
tempted.
thinking it was gonna be like $1,000 or something crazy.
It's
like-
$30. I'm like, what the fuck? Now, it's gonna be piss. It will not be drinkable. Like,
You're
there's
not
no
drinking
chance
this
in
wine,
hell.
though. You're keeping this forever. This is like buying an ecto cooler.
No, I
Right,
thought.
it
Yeah,
would-
I'm thinking you
It
buy.
would be to
drink it,
keep
like-
the bottle, right? It's like I'm
Mhm.
only gonna do it to keep the bottle, and I might open it just to see how, like, the curiosity of, like, is it possible that in 1977 they had wine that could make it all the way till now? I don't think it's gonna happen, but I might open it, but still keep the bottle. The bottle is priceless.
What
Is
happens if
awesome.
it's the best wine you've ever tasted?
Right? That's where I'm like, okay, I'm typing Trader Joe's into every auction site from that point forward just to see what else is out there. But I don't think so. But holy shit, it was like, that was mind blowing. I had no idea Trader Joe's was that old, that this
Yeah.
wine thing was a part of, like, that was one of their staple. Like, when they started the company, they're like, this is what we're going to be known for. And I was like, holy crap, I did not know any of this. So that was interesting. Anyway.
Okay, so quick speed run. What's your what's everyone's favorite Trader Joe's product?
cookie butter ice cream.
Ooh.
That was so fast.
Because I was
What-
ever since you've said Trader Joe's, I've just been thinking about fucking cookie butter ice cream.
The cookie butter ice cream is one of their better ice creams. There's no question
It's
about
fucking
that.
good shit. I don't even
It's
know what
funny,
cookie
though.
butter is. I don't even know what it is. It's delicious. It's not
Really?
cookie dough. It's not cookie dough. What is it?
Wait,
I don't know.
wait. They don't sell cookie butter in your grocery stores where you are?
I've just
No.
never tried it. What is this shit?
Wait. Okay. Cookie butter, it's just like peanut butter where, you grind peanuts until it becomes a butter. That's
Right.
really all it is. And you add sugar.
Okay.
But they take speculoos Belgian cookies, which are these like spiced cookies, and they grind the shit out of them, add extra sugar and oil until it becomes a paste. It becomes a butter. That's it.
Oh, so it's like Biscoff paste.
It's Biscoff paste. Yes. Biscoff cookie butter is better than Trader Joe's cookie butter.
Yeah.
I will say that. Biscoff cookie butter is the top cookie butter of all time. I will stand by that till I die.
I mean, I've
but
never just looked. I thought cookie butter was just like Trader Joe's like name for what was in this ice cream.
No,
I
they
didn't know
stole
cookie butter was the
they stole it
thing.
from the Belgians. They were the first.
I got sent someone. The Clone Willy thing where you make a mold of your dick. A person had made a mold of their dick and then put a condom into the mold and filled it with Biscoff and like some mix of other shit, so it's sealed and like hardened. And they sent me a thing that was like a cookie dick.
I like
it
that.
was a fan of mine. Maybe my best fan. Maybe my
Was
worst fan.
was it
We'll see when I
delicious?
eat my skin.
Did you eat it? Was it good?
No, it wasn't edible. Like it's a usable dildo.
Oh,
Which I don't use. Like I have a sex fridge at my office, but which it's a fridge that doesn't work, so I use it for sex toys.
Okay. I was gonna say
I thought he just liked. It's
I
like
thought
he's
that
like,
was
I
like,
love
a wine
cold
fridge. I'm like,
dildos.
wow, they sell that. That's amazing.
No, I used to share my office with someone who was a recovering alcoholic, and so I couldn't keep any liquor in the office because I was like, not that I couldn't, but it felt like rude. You know what I mean? And so I had this fridge that had broken down, and so like I'm gonna put my scanner on top of that fridge that doesn't work. And then I was like, I'm also gonna fill that fridge with liquor because like that way it's not inconvenient for me if I'm working late and I need a drink. And now I don't share my office. So all my liquor is on a shelf and the fridge is empty. So I filled it with sex toys like a normal boy. But this homemade dildo that has Biscoff inside it, which like I think if somebody sent me a dildo in the mail, I wouldn't. I want to say I wouldn't use it.
I don't think I would.
You know, like but when someone sends you a dildo in the mail that has brown smeared insides, I'm definitely not going to use it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm still thinking of cookie butter ice cream.
I will say, so my favorite, it's no longer made. When the pandemic happened, they stopped carrying it and it's never come back and it kills me to this day. but Trader Joe's had a horseradish mustard aioli, which I could dip anything into. Keep your minds clean. I could dip anything into, and it literally made everything better. And I have not to date, and I've spent years trying every other horseradish aioli, horseradish mustard, whatever. Nothing comes close to this thing. It really wasn't an aioli. The consistency was weird. It was its own thing, but it was so fucking good. Nothing compares. It's gone. So to play this game properly is something you could go out to Trader Joe's right now and buy. They currently have a thing called Balela, which is Balela. I want to say it's a Middle Eastern side dish. Chickpeas, black beans, tomatoes, onions, mint, garlic, a little bit of hot pepper thrown in there, and a bunch of other spices. The chickpeas are actually like tender, like they're not that, hard, crunchy chickpea kind of crap, or it's like dry. And the flavors, it all blends. Every time I go to Trader Joe's, I get 2, and I just throw it in the basket, and I never have less than 2 in the fridge at all times. I cannot go a day without a couple bites of it. It is so fucking good, and it seems so simple. It's a Mediterranean, Middle Eastern / dish. It's so fucking good. That is my number one Trader Joe's product.
What's your go-to dip into it? Like
for the horseradish aioli for that one?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Pretzels were my number one thing that I would always dip into it. But I would
the chickpea stuff, you just eat it by the spoonful, or you don't?
Oh yeah, you just eat it by the spoonful. It's a side dish. It's like its own little snack. You do not need anything. I know it sounds like a side dish where you like need a protein or some bread, or it's like, no, it is so fucking good on its own. I literally just crack that fucker open and just eat it plain. And there's nothing at Trader Joe's to me right this moment that is better. The runner-up, no one asked, but the runner-up is a vegan beef bulgogi.
Oh, holy shit. Yeah, that shit's good.
It's so good.
Yeah. That is
the best. It's the best fake meat anything. I mean, it's like if all fake meat was this fucking good, I would be a vegan tomorrow.
I mean, like,
and I would never look back.
Texture is still off, but like the flavor is good. I bought it.
I'm okay with the texture. I'm okay with it.
I need I need to feel like I'm ripping things apart like a dinosaur. I eat meat every meal. I can't. I get.
Well, and you can't. And to be fair, if they would make a crispy bread, because for you with your KFC obsession, like they need to make a version where it's like crispy breaded version of that in the center, but you could then get the crispiness of that because it is a very slightly chewy meat. But God, the flavor! That flavor is so good.
For me, it is the chili lime seasoning.
Okay, just the seasoning, on its own.
The chili lime seasoning.
You just
like one, I'll eat it with my finger. One,
Jesus,
like, a lick and dip, perfect amount. Like just a great little snack.
Is that like it's better than tahini? Like it's better than that chili lime, or like
yeah, it's
really?
the best.
I haven't tried the seasoning, but they sell a lot of those chili lime like other products with that same seasoning in it. And the seasoning is always delicious.
So I, as I say, I have some meat every meal. Most days for breakfast, I will have tuna, chunk like tuna in spring water with like microwave rice, stir it all together with some chili lime seasoning, like maybe a tablespoonful. I go hard on this shit. It's incredible. But if I'm having like fries, dip them in it. If I'm having mac and cheese, sprinkle it over it. Like I'll put it on everything, and it's so good. Yeah,
I have a seasoning. It's not a Trader Joe's seasoning. It's this guy. It was actually a guy who kickstarted this seasoning, and he now has a full business in Florida. And I keep ordering it from him because I can't go without it. It's called Red Jerk seasoning, and it is a hybrid of Jamaican jerk and Middle Eastern Ras Al Hanout. And it's like 28 different spices in this motherfucker. It's bright red. It's spicy, but not too spicy. And I've just never tasted anything like this before. I coat, if I'm cooking at home, Like, I mean, I roll chicken in this fucking thing, like to the point where you can't see the chicken anymore, and I'm like, I don't care, and we'll then put it in the pans
correctly. Like,
yes.
You guys are
It's
making
like
me
it's like
fucking
the
hungry.
chicken is the, you know, do you want some chicken with your seasoning? It's like, sure, I'll take some chicken with my seasoning. But it's like, and then I'm a bit of a health nut, but with this thing, I will coat chicken in this thing, and I literally do an entire stick of butter in a pan and just pan fry it in this butter, and it is so fucking good. It's worth it every time.
Okay. God damn.
Yeah, red jerk. If you ever look, Google that. It's amazing.
Canada is really hard. There's no Trader Joe's up here.
What was I just going to ask you about Canada? There was something. Shit, I lost it.
Why
I wanted to know. Why is this so boring? Oh, damn it. Nah, it's gone. It's gone.
Okay.
But there was something we were talking about earlier, and I was like, I wonder if he can get that in Canada, find that in Canada, or what version of that in Canada that he does.
It wasn't Thought Bubble then, because he can't get
Can't
that.
get my one of my best friends in the world lives in London. I was going to stay with her for 3 weeks. I'm not going to get to see her next week.
No problem. I'm here to help.
Well, how long do you think you have to wait to get everything back?
They're saying it's 90 days to get my resident card for Canada.
Okay. And you can't leave until that.
That's unclear. So the website's like really weird about it.
Okay.
It implies that I can't come back into Canada, but it sort of implies that I could if I entered on foot next time as well.
Huh.
And like my whole thing is like my ideal life is I live in LA for 6 weeks, come back here for 2 weeks, and then my husband does the opposite. So we spend 50% of our time together because my husband is wonderful and he loves LA a lot. But his like you know, he and I we fell deeply in love right before I moved to LA. We met in New Zealand. He was there judging a dog show,
right?
Because he's very judgmental. And he was just looking at a dog show, being like, "What a shitty dog show." He was there judging a dog show, and we fell deeply in love because of a three-way that I'd had with a man in his 90s who fell asleep. And so we've been living in separate countries our entire relationship, and it's been like when I moved to LA a week later, he came down, and then we've been jumping back and forth ever since. And then when COVID happened, I got stuck here for about 1.5 years. And then it kind of went back to like not normal, but like a weird version of normal where I would like be there for 3 months and he would come and visit me 4 times. And now it's like, look, we need to get back to like a normal schedule. I will be there for 6 weeks and you will be here for 6 weeks and whatever. And now is every time I go there, I don't know how long I'm going to be there or when I can come back or how I can come back or if I come back, will I be able to leave again and all that sort of shit.
Right.
Like the mugging was now 8 weeks ago. I had a concussion. I was covered in someone else's feces. I haven't been able to see a medical professional of any kind. And because the Canadian medical system is so fucked, because private insurers are trying to lobby to get it changed to be like the terrible American system, so everything's falling apart. I have my first appointment with a doctor this Thursday to find out if there's anything wrong with me from that event. Like, that's, you know, maybe when I find it, I'm sure I'm going to find out nothing's wrong and everything will be good. Or I'm dying. But I also, in 2012, I did a convention in Australia where I put my hand down on the table and the table was wet and I looked down and the table was covered in blood. And I'd been at a convention for 4 days at that point. And so like I've been reaching into boxes and dealing with books. And so my hands were just like open wounds. And I have been to so many doctors since then about so many other things, and had so many blood tests on so many other things and what have you. But in the back of my mind, I'm still absolutely convinced that whatever kills me will be, oh yeah, and you got it from that comic convention when you put your hand in blood.
So you don't know where the blood came from?
No idea.
What the fuck?
Just all over a table.
I was expecting. I was like, so where were you bleeding from?
No.
Right.
This was the same convention, by the way, where
You're just like, oh, oops. Like
I had a really bad headache on the Saturday of the show, and I was complaining about it, and a guy dressed as Wolverine said, oh, do you want some painkillers? And I said, sure, and I took them. 6 hours later, I was in a train station in Sydney after it closed. I was locked in the bathroom, and I slept that night on the floor of the train station bathroom with no idea how I'd gotten there. I had with me 4 hats.
nice.
I have no idea what happened after I took those pills.
I've always wanted a story like that. Like I've been to some crazy parties and stuff, man. And
Like,
I've met some
you
generous
can buy
people.
4 hats if you want to.
No, I know. I, can get
still
4
want
hats.
to. You
I
more than
have 4
100.
hats. I've never had someone.
But he
be
wants
like,
to wake up not knowing how he got them.
Yeah,
even if this answer is he just went out and bought them, he's like, but I want to forget.
like most of the time, even when someone's giving me drugs I paid for, I didn't get like a fucking trip like that. You know,
Mhm.
like I've never had someone just be like, "Oh man, you got a headache? I got something that'll help you," and then you're like, "Oh, I
Because
just
a guy in a
teleported
Wolverine
to another
costume.
realm."
It's always a guy in a Wolverine costume. This year
He had
on
a
my
healing
birthday-
factor. He didn't realize you didn't.
So mushrooms are legal in Canada. You can just buy
That's
mushrooms.
amazing.
And they're like very weak and what have you. And like I think you are meant to have a prescription. I'm not sure how it works, but you can go online and buy mushrooms and they just get delivered to your house. And my friend showed up for my birthday and she was like, Richard, for your birthday, I got you these. She gives me a Ziploc bag full of mushrooms. I'm like, okay, I can buy these wherever. And I like mushrooms. They're fun. And she goes, oh, no, the gift isn't the mushrooms. The gift is that I found a guy selling illegal mushrooms, but I gave him a blowjob to get you mushrooms because I thought you'd enjoy that story.
Wow, that's a good friend.
Yeah.
I was like, did you want to give him a blowjob? So like, yeah, he was like cute as shit, but like also like I just saw it. I was like,
I kind of hope it's just a story to make you happy.
No, I think she had a great. I think she was like delighted to do it.
Richard's like, yeah, cool. Thanks for these mushrooms. I guess I could get them at the store. And she's like, no, I fucking blew this guy with like every kind of hepatitis, and then like he fucking came in my hair, and I'm still combing it out. Like it's stuck in it. It's stuck. I don't want to cut it out. I'll lose a chunk of my hair.
Cinnamon and was just coming buckets.
Yeah, it's like I think he took those pills that they offer on Pornhub.
So, like the Dark Knight Batman standee that you have behind you is sitting at such an angle in the way the light hits it. Every time I catch it out of the corner of my eye, it looks like Fat Batman.
Nice. Yeah, it kind of does.
That's what I'm going for.
I keep having to like lean in and double check. Is that
it's like my brand?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
It's actually hiding piles of books and shit behind it, so it's I don't know what to do about.
Why do you want to hide your piles of books?
Because they're just stacked up, like they're looks trashy.
Are they like in Gemini mailers? Is this like you haven't unpacked your Kickstarters yet?
No, I have, so those are in the other room, my Gemini mailers. But no, like I mean, just like I'm out of shelf space, so like all the hardcovers and omnibuses and shit I buy, like they're just all on the floor stacked on top of each other.
Yep. I'm out of shelf space too. I can't.
Blake, by the way, does hold the record as still the only person who's ever canceled a pledge on me on Kickstarter.
Yep, that happened.
Oh, that can't be true.
No, it is. It's true. I messaged him and apologized. And I was like,
no, but I mean, like the only person who canceled the pledge is like, oh, come on.
Oh, yeah, no, wait, yeah, that can't be true.
But he's like, wait a fucking minute.
No,
I was
happens all
just
the
swallowed.
time.
I was just swallowed up in the fucking mother level guilt trip you just.
Oh no
dropped
no
on
no
me
no
out of
no no
nowhere.
no! Like I send you the PDFs of the book. You're fine.
No, I know, but
Um,
I'm just saying, like you and my mom would be like best.
No, your mom
friends.
backs all my books. It's fine.
Yeah, she doesn't even back mine. I remember when I got those 2 pages in Travis Gibbs that you're in too, the Cthulhu anthology, and my sister backed it, and she like told the fans, she was like, yeah, I backed it, and my mom was like, oh, I didn't know we could do that. I was like, you didn't know you could buy a fucking book that was on sale? She was like, I don't know what Kickstarter me. I was like, whatever, it's fine. I don't care.
No, I'm asking. I'm trying to figure out how to phrase this because I'm a little bit drunk. So please forgive me if this sounds really.
No,
shitty.
my mother doesn't love me. What was that? What you're...
Okay, well, you answered. No, well, I'm asking. Okay, so when you and I were on a live stream last,
Yeah.
you ran inside to talk to your family. Do you live at home with your family?
Yeah, I live in the garage.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. That again, like, see how that's a hard question to ask without.
But you only
sounding
live
like-
with your dad, right? So where's your mom?
No, they're both here. They're still
Oh, they're
together.
both here. You never talk about your mom. You only ever talk about your
Oh,
dad.
look at Blake showing off that his parents love each other.
I know.
Do they? No, they fight a lot.
At least your parents can say, like, hey, Blake will have copies of this book. My mother backed my current Kickstarter. This is the first time a family member of mine has backed anything of mine.
Oh, really?
Ever. So they live on the other side of the world from me and have never until this point done it. My father still has not. My father is a very wealthy man. He could definitely do it, but
Right.
he's very busy giving money to my sister, who's an unfortunate loser who stabbed me.
Oh, talk about the stabbing. I haven't heard this.
Oh, my sister stabbed me while I was asleep one time in my 20s.
On purpose?
I didn't know. Wait, I'm pretty sure you mentioned the stabbing. I didn't know you were asleep though.
Yeah. She had she got her first boyfriend.
Oh boy.
I'm drunk enough. Fuck it. They're never gonna see this.
I'm never gonna see this.
I'm gonna like this is gonna be like Dr. Phil's gonna be like, listen, Lark Voorhees, tell us about this video.
My sister's never gonna see this. Your sister's never gonna see this. It's all good. Let's go.
I don't care if my sister sees this. Fuck, I don't care. My older sister is a monster who sucks. And I think she's a very sad and unfortunate person who I have a lot of sympathy for, but she's done enough things to me in my life that I'm just fuck it. When we were in our 20s, she was still living at home with my mother. I was not. And she got her first boyfriend. And I'm trying to be nice, which is why I'm pausing a little bit. I'm going to tell a story about a fictional character right now, and you can infer from it what you wish. A boy named Smitchard was at home visiting his family and his younger sister when his older sister came in and was in a panic because she'd just come home from work. And she said, Smitchard, I have a hypothetical question for you. And Smitchard said, sure. What did you do? And she said, no, fuck off. It's hypothetical. Do you know, like, when you're on a bus? And he was like, sure. And she said, you know, like, what if you're on a bus, like, with your boyfriend? And he said, I don't have a boyfriend. And she said, fuck off, shut up. Hypothetically, like, what if you were, and you gave your boyfriend a hand job on the bus, and then you realized after he got off that you were wearing your name tag from work? Do you think he could get in trouble? And I was like, oh, and he was, the fictional Smitchard character was like, I don't know. You work for the city council who runs the buses, so probably technically you're still at work, actually. so that's my sister. She's awesome. But after she became weirdly sexually active and telling us all about it in her 20s, she I was living with the person who I later married. Long story short, I'm on my second marriage, not to brag. I did have a wife for 7 years. It's messy and complicated. And I'm not, Blake, you've maybe come out as bisexual on a live stream. This is your revenge. I can't remember why, but I was staying back at my mother's place for a few days. And my sister had been approached by a man at a bus stop who screamed at her that there was evil in her old house. And she had interpreted this to mean that there was some kind of demonic presence in the old part of her house, meaning the part of the house that our house had been rebuilt several times, and my bedroom was the oldest part of the house. And so she interpreted this to mean that there was an evil presence in my bedroom. She assumed this was my homosexuality. And so she decided that the best way to fix this was to tip boiling water on me while I was asleep. But she's bad at everything. And so by the time she got the boiling water into a pot and carried it into my room without spilling it and without having to stop to deal with other shit, the water was sort of like quite hot, but not boiling. And so I was like, well, now I'm wet and this sucks and it's very hot, but it's not burning me and you're bad at everything you do. So after I kind of didn't really respond to that and I didn't get the homosexuality out of me, she decided that the best way would be to stab a screwdriver into me while I slept. And so she did that. And that required a few stitches. And now I don't like being stabbed because I know that it's bad.
Wow.
Good lesson in its way.
It's one of those normal things that happens in your fucking adult life.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I've often heard that stabbing the gay out is like that's what the churches teach these days, right? That's just like they just gotta stab it
That's
out.
what they'd like to teach. They're probably like, okay, not stab, but other things, but it's not stab, and they're like, fine.
Well, because they got to use the screwdriver, and they can't say screw it out, because then that'll lead them down a whole different rabbit hole.
Good one.
What was fun is I had chicken pox as a kid, and I had a scar from the chicken pox, and she managed to stab me right in the chicken pox scar, and the scar is gone. Like, she undid a scar.
Yeah,
Wow.
well, that kind of how it works. Like you reopen it and you're like, are you going to stitch together better this time? And you're like, thanks, sis.
Yeah,
I guess.
Yeah, so that was good.
Is she? I'm
There's
from
2
the sound
children
of it.
now.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
They love my books. I always think of that as like my ultimate revenge. Is that like?
I was going to say the best revenge. Yeah.
They're like, read us a book by Uncle Richard. They've I think they've met me once. I think one of them's like.
I was going to say, what's your relationship with her these days?
I don't know their names.
None, really.
Oh, I know one of them because when her first kid was born, maybe her second kid. I know that her kid was born on my friend Paul's wedding anniversary because it was the same day that I met. It was the day that I met him. And every year I joke whenever he says like today's an important day. I'm like, yeah, because you met me. But it was also the day that I got new rats. And when she announced the name on Facebook, I announced that I had a new rat named after like. With the same name, and my father got very angry at me. So the first kid's name is I shouldn't say the kid's name. That's shitty. That's a shitty thing to do because like I have a last name that's not notable, but like My last name is identifiable.
Hmm.
There's not a lot of Fairgrays in the world, so I'm not gonna say the kid. Like, I'm not gonna say a fucking 9-year-old's first name. But so I do know that one, but I don't know the other one. We're not close. When I was in New Zealand back in April this year, I had to go to Australia for a friend's wedding, so I went to New Zealand for a couple of weeks to see my mother. And my mother really wanted my sister and I to like connect or whatever, and so she invited her over for dinner, and it was one of those like, fine, you can just ask me any questions you want to ask. I realized like the best way to manage this situation is just be like full frontal honesty. And I was like, whatever questions you have. And it took 9 minutes before I was explaining to my sister, and like her and her husband are like sitting on the couch opposite me, leaning in. This is her second husband, not the shitty one who fell through a skylight twice, and lost all his teeth. Are leaning. You know how sometimes you climb onto the roof of your high school library and you're like, these skylights are made of a reinforced glass. Let me prove it to you by kicking it. Oh no, I fell through the skylight. Oh no, I'm in hospital. I have brain damage. Oh no, I got out of hospital. I got hit by a car because I refused to like use the wheelchair. So I ran away from the nurses and the car hit me. Oh no, I'm back in hospital.
Every reunion, yeah.
And then 10 years later, you're telling someone the story and you're like, no, I'll prove it to you. And you climb back on the same roof and you kick through the skylight and fall through it again. And then my sister marries you. You know that story?
Wow.
But he got fired from he was working as a kindergarten teacher, and he got fired for hitting kids.
Of nothing is shocking me anymore.
Yeah, he got fired for hitting kids. It was one of those things where like, so he eventually got exonerated, but it was one of those things where 3 people had said he had hit this. They'd seen him hit a kid, and when they played the video back, it was just those 3 people in the room, and he didn't hit the kid. What that tells me, hypothetically, for legal reasons, hypothetically, is that those 3 people all saw him hit kids separately and waited until they were all in the room and said they could do it and back it up, and the video didn't back them up. So anyway, he got away with it and got to continue hitting kids. Cool. He sucks. Anyway, my sister deserves him, but she divorced him and is now married to another guy who seems a lot nicer and really likes model trains. And so they're leaning on the couch, and we're 9 minutes into the fucking conversation. And at this point, I'm explaining to them about the time that I had a 3-way with 2 of the men from Lemon Party. And then I have to teach them about cruising. My sister set.
You haven't seen the fucking movie? Come on.
My sister said, by the end of the night, my sister said,
Al Pacino cruising. Come
on squirt.org because she wants to be more aware of which public bathrooms she should avoid because there were gay sexes happening.
Wow.
All of them?
I mean, most of them.
Right. It's like, just don't use them, I guess. if you have to avoid them. If that's
I mean, like if you're gonna shit yourself, then like use one. But
well, it's like
I'm sorry.
Where do people do number 2s? I don't want to be anywhere near where people do number 2s. It's like, okay, can't help you there.
Where would you rather be? Like, look, I do not have sex in public bathrooms because I'm no longer a teenager.
Right.
Jesus, that was such an overshare. Darn Lane. If you know, God, Jesus, there was a point. There was a brief point. This is no longer the case, but there was a point where there was a. By the way, Durham Lane is a place in New Zealand that has the worst public bathroom. Like, it's the nastiest, dirtiest gay sex public bathroom in Auckland. It was kind of famous. This is not where my history teacher was caught, but it was similar kind of vibes. Anyway, there was a point where at a public bathroom in a popular spot in New Zealand where a lot of illicit gay sex was going on, if you went on Google Street View and went to that spot, one specific year, you could see a blurred out person sitting on a stoop opposite the bathroom who is wearing, I'll be very clear about this, who is wearing purple pants, Doc Martens with the Hieronymus Bosch hell print, and a t-shirt that says I heart Richard Fairgray on it. I want you to take a fucking wild guess who that is.
How do you
Children's
zoom
author.
in that far enough to see a t-shirt? Like
Yeah, you can zoom in and see t-shirts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can zoom in to see serious details if you bother to zoom.
They blur the faces, but you can go through the full 3D.
Really? Oh, that's creepy. I don't like that.
I know.
It's really
I feel
funny.
bad whenever I see people when I'm doing Street View and I'm just sort of like, oh God, there's all these just walkers around. I'm like, it feels a little wrong, but I'm like, it's not my choice. I just want to know where the entrance of this fucking thing is.
I use a lot of Street View on Haunted Hill. Sorry to bring it back to the thing we're talking about. I use a lot of Street View on Haunted Hill to like get the spots in Hollywood right. And my best friend Alex drinks more coffee than I do, and the amount of times that I've been like just scrolling, like swiping past, like get to a different cafe, I'm like, oh, there's Alex. Oh, there's Alex. It's like just, he's keeping up with the fucking Google cars that travel through the city. But anyway, so yeah, my sister. My point is, what makes you more uncomfortable? Someone like going to a place where someone is taking a stinky shit, or going to a place where someone next door, without you knowing, is having illicit, illegal gay sex.
The shit every time.
Sex probably doesn't smell bad.
It could.
It might.
As bad. As bad.
Yeah, it sounds like it's not as bad.
I mean, it's gotta smell. But yeah, it's not. It's just one of those things where you're like, oh, gosh, yeah, that happened here. Okay,
Yeah,
great.
Good
But
for them.
the shit is something where you're sort of like, oh, fucking A, crack a window. Like that is far worse.
Yeah,
for the most part. Yeah,
because you're technically eating it at that point. When you smell it, you're eating it.
Right, because of the particles.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that.
Speaking of eating particles, gentlemen, I'm starving and I have to go eat some food.
Well, I figure it's midnight where you are, or just about. Like, are you central,
11.
Blake?
Yeah, I'm central.
11.
11.
Okay.
Yes,
I've
been live streaming for a solid 4 hours.
This is good. And Richard, by the way, I was wrong. I actually looked this up while we were in the middle of chatting all of this. Our last time was only slightly over 2 hours, not 3. So we have just broken 4 hours. We have just passed that threshold. This is probably a good time for everyone to bow out. I feel like this is good. We've covered just about everything, but this was amazing. Blake, thank you for jumping on and being our
thank you for inviting me.
Guest.
I had a blast.
I have one more important thing to do. Blake, when I know that you're all corporate now, but when are you going to have me on your show next? I've got 7 days left of my campaign.
December is pretty open right now.
I have no campaigns in December, Blake. I have 7 days left.
How about January? How about January?
Yeah, like January? I don't know.
In February? Because am I making a dirtbag for you now?
No, I just am busy. It's just
I give you months in advance, man. Come on. I'm going to pressure you.
No, like you just said months in advance, but then you just said your campaign's over.
I know, but I messaged you about this 1 month ago. What are you doing this week?
This week, tomorrow, I have Blake and Cole read a book tomorrow, and then I have I'm doing a 5-year Ahoy show, and then who else do I have? I have someone on Friday.
There's nothing on Thursday.
Oh wait, I have
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do this. Dave is gonna get so uncomfortable. We're gonna do it.
I have what's it called? I have the Nightmare Theater guys.
Oh fuck them! They have 2 stories by me. God damn them! I guess they deserve it.
And they paid me.
I've been supporting your Patreon.
Blake is like nudge, 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 hint, hint. Richard.
Patreon.
they paid me. Like I'm doing like promo for them and stuff too.
I'm never gonna do that.
You don't need to. I don't think they needed to either, but they did it.
No, they have 2 stories by me. They know what good.
They're almost like $17,000. But yeah, anyway, like I'm not lying, man. It's all I do is I have production meetings and then fucking live shows. That's all. It's my fucking life now.
Yeah.
Helping people make covers with titties on them during the day.
Oh, I'm doing a porn book, by the way, next year called Butt Stuff.
Okay.
Butt stuff.
No, Butt Stuff. It's about people who use sex to get a sense of completion, but can never get over the emotional baggage. So, butt stuff.
Like butt, comma stuff?
Yeah.
Butt, comma stuff.
And 1 T.
Yeah.
I like that.
It's going to be good.
Finally, everything you do is good. Like
I know.
Whenever you and Richard do find the next little thing, let me know.
And you'll come on.
We can do a little inverse if it works out. If it doesn't, don't worry about it.
I'm so happy with Broken 4 Hours. By the way, I'm just like, you cannot believe how ecstatic I am, because like this sets a goal for like the next, like my next thing. My next Kickstarter for me personally is probably February or March because of shipping shit. But I'm gonna have a thing through Blue Fox in January, which hasn't been announced yet.
Yeah.
So let's do one for that too. We'll do 5 hours.
Sweet. For 5 hours. I will see. That's if I know that in advance, I'll be like, okay, guys, no plans. Don't have anything to edit later. This is a long time.
I want to get to like what I want is the 24-hour podcast marathon.
I've thought about doing that before.
Ooh.
And have people come on in stages. Like you're there the whole time, but then like have like a rolling trove of
I would say you would need some pinch hitters for that. You know what I mean? Like you're gonna need bathroom breaks. You're gonna need, so that's when you need like a rotating host or something. I feel like for 24 hours.
Let me pause this. You do it from the toilet. Just laptop on your lap.
The whole deal from the bathroom. You're like taking a shower, taking a shit, brushing your teeth.
Mm-hmm.
So I would probably need. I am, as you said, older than old Homer Simpson. I would need power naps, man. I don't know if I could do it. I would need someone to pinch hit me. I would be like, Dallas, you come in for a couple hours. I'll take over for you afterwards. But we would have to.
Blake's smoking meth. He can do it.
Yeah,
it's true. It's true.
You can do anything when you smoke meth.
All right, so Blake, we're agreed. You're going to get me on in for Ex-Wives 2 in February.
Yes. I'll give you the fucking link if you want to book super far in advance.
Send me the link. I'll get it on that shit.
Give him the link.
Yeah.
Amazing.
So you're fat.
All right, gentlemen.
All right. By the way, if anyone is still watching,
there's one.
But I mean, after this.
Oh, yeah. I see.
Kickstarter.com. Search for Haunted Hill 1 and 2. Just search for Haunted Hill. You'll find me.
There will be a link below this video as well.
There will be a link below the video as well. It is going to be an amazing book. It's got 7 days left as of right now. Buy a certificate to say that I will never draw you into the book. Buy the dildo covered cover, the record-breaking dildos on a cover. Buy the add-on of the sexy wrap-around dick-covered variant for number 1. Yes. With 17 dicks on the regular cover, 29 on the extended edition, which is only available with other things, but not on this one. Don't buy horror shorts. Buy Ghost, buy 4 Color Heroes, a teen love story about 2 boys falling in love through comic books. It's fucking magical. Let me keep drinking the way I do and making my weird ass shit. There's no one else.
All keep drinking the way we do. That is what makes life bearable.
It is wine and Ritalin.
That's all you need.
Wine, Ritalin, and Crash Bandicoot, my 3 best friends.
I was going to say wine, Ritalin, and comics. But yeah, Crash Bandicoot. That works too. Wine, Ritalin.
You ever seen a fucking comic book spin and jump on something to kill it?
No.
Yeah. You need fucking Crash Bandicoot for that shit.
Okay, Crash Bandicoot, and then Richard Fairgray comics.
Then when he puts on the mask, he's like, I used to play that a lot when I was.
I used to. Oh wait, do you have Sorry to be a nerd. Hey, Blake, do you have Crash Bandicoot, Crash Team Racing, the remastered edition?
No,
Okay.
I haven't played that. Man, I haven't played that in a long time.
Like, it's the only fucking thing I play online with people. Get that?
You play it online? That's
Get it?
crazy.
Yeah, so get it, and then you two can play online.
Yeah, I have a PlayStation.
That's how we do this.
And I can say it like a normal person. Hang on, let me try that one more time. I have a PlayStation. What the fuck? I have a PlayStation. I have a PlayStation.
We can play Crash Team Racing on the PlayStation.
I have a station of play.
Yes, with our president, Joe Biden.
Biden.
I have a PlayStation. Seriously. I will fucking kick your ass at Crash Team Racing.
Probably will. I suck at. I'm trying to play Spider-Man right now, and all I do is die. Like,
Then that's fine. Which Spider-Man?
I'm playing the very first one, the remaster on PS5, and then I got to play Miles, and then I can finally play 2.
Oh, you're on the new shit. I thought you were talking about the cool ones, like the movie ones.
No, the cooler ones, the PS5 ones.
No, I can't. That shit is too hard. It's like they're training me to like jump and kick at the same time. No.
Yeah, not even, dude, and like throw webs, and then you have different web shooters and different gadgets. You have to can select like web bombs and shit like mid fight, and I'm just like, dude, I'm trying to not get shot. And you got to hit this button to not get shot, and then you got to pick up trash cans and throw them at people, and it's just like, what the fuck, man?
Yeah, I am here to play Sewer Speedway and get the cool shortcut.
He's here for Crash Team Racing.
I am
on PlayStation.
I know how to use words.
Sometimes.
Oh, my fucking face hurts. I feel like I've been doing mushrooms. I've been smiling too much.
Well, we're too joyful. All right, Blake, I'm sorry, but Dave has to let us out because he's the host and he's in charge.
Yeah.
All right, right. For 4 hours. By the way, everyone, it's 9/11.
Fuck yeah, never forget. Sorry. Sorry, I'm sorry. Jesus Christ. It was fun having a show and a platform for a while, guys. Until I just ruined it.
It's all good, Blake. It's my platform. It's going down. This is where to burn it. Don't worry. Then you can just go off to yours. Be like, I don't know. Oh yeah, that guy, that show. Yeah, that was weird. Yeah,
I was never on that show.
That guy. That was terrible. That was terrible. Anyway, I got a show now.
Used AI. Dave put me in there with AI and talk bad about 9/11.
All right, this fucking roll.
All right, gents. We are at wait. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 4:11. 4 hours 11 minutes. Time to go.
That'll do. All right.
Ciao for now, guys. Good night. Rest easy. Thank you, the one last person who actually stuck it out till right this very last fucking minute. I don't even know if you're watching or listening, but if you are, we thank you. And Richard Fairgray's Haunted Hill, volumes 1 and 2 on Kickstarter now. Link below. Good night, everybody. And special guest, very special guest, Blake. Thomas Morgan from Blake's Buzz. Who is that guy? Who is that? Who is that capped man? Good night, everybody. Ciao.
See ya.